There exists a corner of human experience where facts dissolve into whispers, where the most rigorous minds encounter walls that refuse to yield their secrets. Tonight, we stand at the threshold of that realm. For centuries, we've uncovered fragments of truth that seem to belong to different puzzles entirely. Ancient devices that shouldn't exist, scripts that mock our greatest linguists, disappearances that defy explanation. Each discovery raises more questions than it answers. Each solution reveals deeper mysteries lurking beneath. As darkness settles around us, we'll walk through these unsolved corridors together, from the precision of impossible mechanisms to the silence of abandoned ships, from coded messages that have outlasted their creators to treasures that vanish just beyond our grasp. These stories don't offer the comfort of resolution. Instead, they invite us into the profound mystery of what remains unknown. Let these enigmas wash over you like a gentle tide, carrying you towards sleep on currents of wonder. The answers may elude us, but the questions themselves hold their own strange beauty. The enigma of the Antikythera mechanism. In 1901, a team of sponge divers working the waters off the Greek island of Antikythera made a discovery that would quietly unravel everything historians believed about ancient technological capability. Buried within the corroded remains of a 2,000-year-old Roman shipwreck lay a bronze artifact so sophisticated that modern scientists would spend the next century trying to understand what they were looking at. The device appeared unremarkable at first glance, just another corroded lump of bronze among the scattered treasures of an ancient merchant vessel. But as archaeologists began their careful examination, they realized they were holding something that shouldn't exist, not in the 1st century BCE, not according to everything we know about the technological limitations of the ancient world. What emerged from decades of painstaking analysis was a mechanism of staggering complexity. Bronze gears, precisely cut and arranged in a configuration that wouldn't be seen again in human history for another 1,000 years. The device contained at least 37 meshing bronze gears, possibly more, arranged in a compact rectangular case roughly the size of a large book. Each gear was crafted with a precision that defied the tools supposedly available to ancient craftsmen. Derek DeSola Price, the Yale professor who dedicated much of his career to understanding the mechanism, called it an ancient Greek computer. His X-ray analysis in the 1970s revealed the intricate gear system hidden within the corroded bronze, but even Price couldn't fully grasp what he was examining. The more he studied it, the more questions emerged. Recent analysis using advanced CT scanning technology has revealed the device's true sophistication. The mechanism could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets with remarkable accuracy. It tracked the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games, predicted lunar and solar eclipses decades in advance, and even accounted for the irregular orbit of the moon. This wasn't primitive timekeeping. This was astronomical calculation at a level that wouldn't be achieved again until the development of medieval clockwork. The front of the device displayed a bronze dial representing the zodiac and the Egyptian calendar. 2 separate hands indicated the position of the sun and moon against the star background. But the real complexity lay in the back panels, where spiral dials tracked the 19-year Metonic cycle and the 76-year Callipic cycle used by ancient astronomers to predict when eclipses would occur. Dr. Tony Freeth, who led the modern research team studying the mechanism, describes finding inscriptions that function like an instruction manual. The ancient Greeks had essentially created the world's first user guide for a complex technological device. The inscriptions reference astronomical phenomena and provide instructions for operating the bronze calculator. One inscription warns the user about the dragon that devours the moon during lunar eclipses, blending scientific precision with mythological understanding. The mechanism's creator remains unknown, but the level of mathematical sophistication suggests someone with access to the most advanced astronomical knowledge of the ancient world. Some researchers point to the influence of Hipparchus, the ancient Greek astronomer who catalogued the stars and discovered the precession of the equinoxes. Others suggest connections to the school of Posidonius, the philosopher-scientist who calculated the Earth's circumference. What troubles researchers most is the apparent uniqueness of the device. No other mechanism of comparable complexity has been found from the ancient world. No ancient text describes anything like it. The bronze calculator appears to be a technological dead end, a level of sophistication that emerged and then vanished without leaving traces in the archaeological record. The implications extend far beyond ancient astronomy. If Greek craftsmen could create such precise gear systems, what else might they have built? The mechanism suggests an entire tradition of complex mechanical engineering that has been lost to history. We're forced to reconsider our assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. Some researchers have proposed that the device wasn't unique at all, but rather representative of a broader tradition of complex mechanical devices that simply haven't survived. Bronze was too valuable to discard, and most ancient mechanisms would have been melted down and reused. The Antikythera mechanism survived only because it was lost at sea, protected by the anaerobic environment of the shipwreck. Contemporary attempts to recreate the device have revealed the extraordinary skill required for its construction. The gear teeth were cut by hand, yet they mesh with precision that rivals modern manufacturing. The bronze alloy was carefully chosen for durability and workability. Every aspect of the mechanism demonstrates mastery of material science, precision engineering, and mathematical calculation. The device also raises uncomfortable questions about the continuity of human knowledge. If such sophisticated technology existed in the ancient world, how much knowledge was lost during the transition from classical antiquity to the medieval period? Libraries burned, workshops closed, and the accumulated knowledge of centuries disappeared into the historical darkness. Recent research has identified possible fragments of similar devices, suggesting that the Antikythera mechanism might not have been entirely unique. Small bronze gears with similar characteristics have been found at other Mediterranean sites, though none approach the complexity of the complete device. These fragments hint at a broader tradition of precision mechanical engineering that we're only beginning to understand. The mechanism continues to yield secrets. Advanced imaging techniques reveal new inscriptions and mechanical features that researchers are still interpreting. Each discovery adds to the mystery rather than resolving it. The device appears to be more complex than initially believed, with functions that extend beyond simple astronomical calculation. What we're left with is a bronze challenge to our understanding of human technological development. The Antikythera mechanism suggests that the path from ancient to modern technology wasn't the steady progression we imagine, but rather a series of peaks and valleys, with sophisticated achievements emerging and disappearing across millennia. The device rests now in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, still holding secrets that modern science struggles to unlock. Each gear tells a story of ancient ingenuity that we're only beginning to understand. The bronze calculator reminds us that human intelligence and creativity have always been capable of achievements that transcend the limitations of their time. Yet the deepest mystery remains. What other marvels of ancient technology lie waiting beneath the waves, buried in forgotten workshops or lost to the recycling of millennia? The Antikythera mechanism may be just the beginning of a much larger story about human capability that we've barely begun to explore. Rongorongo script of Easter Island. When European explorers first set foot on Easter Island in 1722, they discovered something that would puzzle scholars for centuries to come. Scattered across the remote Pacific island were wooden tablets covered in intricate symbols that no living person could read. The Rapa Nui people called these mysterious inscriptions Rongorongo, meaning to recite or to chant. But by the time the outside world took notice, the knowledge of how to interpret these glyphs had vanished, taking with it what might be the only indigenous writing system ever developed in Oceania. Today, fewer than 30 Rongorongo tablets survive, most housed in museums thousands of miles from their island home. Each one bears rows of carefully carved symbols that seem to dance across the wood: fish, birds, human figures, geometric shapes, and forms that defy easy description. The glyphs flow in a unique pattern called reverse boustrophedon, where each line reads in the opposite direction from the one above it, forcing the reader to physically turn the tablet with each line. What makes Rongorongo particularly haunting is its timing. The earliest confirmed European contact with Easter Island occurred in 1722, yet the tablets appear to be much older. Some researchers suggest the script may have developed independently, making it one of the few writing systems in human history to emerge without outside influence. Others argue it could only have appeared after contact with Spanish colonizers, inspired by seeing European writing for the first time. The mystery deepened in the 1860s when Peruvian slave raiders devastated the island, carrying away much of the population, including the last individuals who might have possessed knowledge of the script. When Catholic missionaries arrived shortly after, they found an island in cultural collapse, its oral traditions shattered. Brother Eugene Arod, one of the first missionaries to document the tablets, wrote of finding them in nearly every house, sometimes used as fishing reels or fuel for cooking fires. The surviving islanders treated them with a mixture of reverence and resignation, as if they were sacred objects whose purpose had been forgotten. In 1868, the Bishop of Tahiti managed to collect several tablets and brought them to an elderly Rapa Nui man named Matoro Tawashure, hoping he might remember their meaning. Matoro examined the symbols and began to chant, his voice rising and falling in what seemed to be ancient rhythms, but scholars who later analyzed his words found them inconsistent and fragmentary, as if he were improvising rather than truly reading. The symbols themselves resist easy interpretation. Some clearly represent recognizable objects: a canoe, a turtle, a human figure with arms raised. Others appear completely abstract, geometric patterns that might represent sounds, ideas, or concepts entirely foreign to our understanding. The total number of unique symbols ranges from 120 to over 700, depending on how variants are counted. In the 1950s, German ethnologist Thomas Barthel made the most systematic attempt to crack the code, cataloging every symbol and trying to identify patterns. He noticed that certain sequences appeared repeatedly across different tablets, suggesting they might represent common words or phrases. But his conclusions remained tentative, and many of his interpretations were later disputed by other scholars. More recently, researchers have applied computer analysis to the tablets, looking for statistical patterns that might reveal the script's underlying structure. These studies suggest Rongo Rongo might indeed be a true writing system rather than mere decoration, but they've also revealed just how complex the symbols' relationships might be. One tablet, known as the Santiago staff, contains over 2,300 glyphs arranged in 63 lines. Another, called the Aruku Karenga tablet, seems to contain a creation chant based on its opening symbols and the few fragments of meaning that might have survived in oral tradition. But even these tentative identifications remain controversial. The physical tablets themselves tell their own story of loss. Most are made from Toromiro wood, a tree that once grew abundantly on Easter Island but has been extinct there for over a century. The wood was shaped into specific forms. Some tablets are rectangular, others shaped like fish or birds. The symbols were carved with obsidian tools or shark teeth, each glyph carefully planned and executed. Carbon dating suggests the tablets range from 200 to 800 years old, but the results are complicated by the fact that the wood might have been reused or carved long after the tree died. Some tablets show evidence of being carved over existing symbols, suggesting the wooden surfaces were precious enough to reuse even when their original meaning was lost. What adds to the mystery is the island's isolation. Easter Island sits 2,300 miles from the nearest populated land, making it one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth. If Rongo Rongo truly developed independently, it represents an extraordinary intellectual achievement by a small, isolated population. If it was inspired by contact with outsiders, it shows remarkable adaptability and creativity in transforming foreign concepts into something uniquely Rapa Nui. Contemporary Easter Island residents have fought to bring the tablets home, arguing that the symbols belong with the descendants of their creators. But even if all the tablets were reunited on the island, their meaning would likely remain elusive. The cultural context that gave them life has been disrupted beyond recovery. Some scholars believe the tablets might have served as memory aids for trained chanters, with each symbol triggering longer passages of oral tradition. Others suggest they might record genealogies, astronomical observations, or religious ceremonies. The truth might encompass all of these possibilities, or none of them. The Rongo Rongo tablets remain silent, their makers' voices lost to time and circumstance. They remind us that human ingenuity and creativity flourished even in the most isolated corners of our world, and that sometimes the most profound mysteries are those that lie just beyond our understanding, waiting patiently for someone to remember their forgotten language. The Lost City of Atlantis. When Plato penned his dialogues Timaeus and Critias around 360 BCE, he couldn't have known he was creating one of history's most enduring mysteries. The Athenian philosopher described a civilization so advanced, so magnificent, that it would captivate human imagination for over 2 millennia. Yet he claimed this wasn't fiction, it was history. The story unfolds through Solon, Athens' great lawgiver, who allegedly learned of Atlantis during his travels to Egypt around 590 BCE. Egyptian priests in the Temple of Sais shared with him records of a mighty island nation that had existed 9,000 years before their conversation. The numbers are staggering when you consider them. If Solon heard correctly, Atlantis would have flourished around 9,600 BCE, long before any known advanced civilization. Plato's Atlantis wasn't simply a city. It was a maritime empire spanning territories larger than Libya and Asia combined. The island itself stretched beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. At its heart lay concentric rings of water and land, connected by bridges and tunnels that demonstrated engineering prowess that wouldn't be seen again for millennia. The Atlanteans possessed technology that seems almost anachronistic for the ancient world. They had developed sophisticated metallurgy, working with gold, silver, and a mysterious substance called orichalcum, a metal so precious it was second only to gold in value. Their architecture incorporated hot and cold running water, elaborate baths, and harbors that could accommodate vast fleets. But here's where the mystery deepens. Plato insisted this wasn't allegory. He repeatedly emphasized that his account was true history, not philosophical metaphor. Yet no other ancient source, not Egyptian, not Mesopotamian, not from any Mediterranean civilization, mentions this supposed superpower that allegedly threatened the entire known world. The Atlanteans' downfall came through hubris. As their power grew, so did their corruption. They began waging aggressive wars against Egypt and Athens, despite impossible odds. According to Plato, prehistoric Athens, a city that archaeologically didn't exist in organized form until millennia later, somehow defeated this advanced empire. Then, in a single day and night of catastrophic earthquakes and floods, Atlantis vanished beneath the waves. Modern scholars face a fascinating puzzle. If Atlantis never existed, why did Plato present it as historical fact? The philosopher typically used clear literary devices when crafting allegories, yet he provides specific details that read like geographical documentation. He describes the exact location, the political structure, even the dietary habits of the Atlanteans. Some researchers have attempted to decode Plato's account by searching for real locations that might have inspired the story. The Mediterranean holds several candidates. The Minoan civilization on Crete flourished around 1600 BCE and was devastated by the eruption of Thera, modern-day Santorini. The Minoans possessed advanced maritime technology, sophisticated architecture, and mysteriously disappeared from history. The parallels are compelling. Minoan palaces featured elaborate plumbing systems, and their art depicts a society that revered the sea. The Thera eruption would have generated tsunamis powerful enough to devastate coastal settlements across the Mediterranean. Could Plato have encountered garbled accounts of this real catastrophe and transformed them into his Atlantis narrative? Yet the timeline doesn't align. Plato's Atlantis predates the Minoan civilization by thousands of years. The geographical details also differ significantly. The Minoans occupied islands in the Aegean, not beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic. Other theories place Atlantis in locations as diverse as the Sahara Desert, Antarctica, and the Caribbean. Each proposal attempts to reconcile Plato's specific details with real geographical features. The Sahara theory suggests that ancient lakes in North Africa could have supported an advanced civilization before climate change created the desert. Proponents point to the Richat structure in Mauritania, a circular geological formation that bears striking resemblance to Plato's description of concentric rings. The underwater archaeology of the Mediterranean has revealed submerged settlements that demonstrate how sea levels have changed over millennia. Off the coast of Egypt, archaeologists have discovered the remains of ancient Alexandria and Heraklion, cities that slipped beneath the waves due to earthquakes and subsidence. These findings prove that advanced ancient cities can indeed vanish beneath the sea. But none of these discoveries match the scale or timeline of Plato's Atlantis. The gap between archaeological evidence and literary description remains vast. This has led many scholars to conclude that Atlantis was indeed philosophical fiction, Plato's way of exploring themes of ideal government, moral corruption, and the rise and fall of civilizations. The absence of corroborating evidence extends beyond archaeology. None of Plato's contemporaries or immediate successors treated Atlantis as historical fact. Even Aristotle, Plato's most famous student, dismissed the story as invented. The first ancient historians to take Atlantis seriously emerged centuries after Plato's death. Yet the mystery persists because Plato's account contains elements that seem to reflect genuine historical knowledge. His description of the Pillars of Hercules as a boundary between the Mediterranean and Atlantic demonstrates geographical awareness. The references to Egyptian records align with what we know about ancient Egypt's meticulous record-keeping traditions. Some researchers have suggested that Plato may have accessed genuine ancient sources that have since been lost. The Great Library of Alexandria contained countless scrolls that documented the history of the Mediterranean world. If records of a prehistoric civilization existed, they might have been preserved there until the library's gradual decline. The question of Atlantis ultimately reflects deeper mysteries about human prehistory. Archaeological discoveries continue to push back the timeline of human civilization. Sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey demonstrate that humans were capable of sophisticated construction projects far earlier than previously believed. Each new discovery forces us to reconsider what ancient peoples might have accomplished. Perhaps Atlantis represents something more complex than simple fiction or fact. It might preserve cultural memories of real geological catastrophes that shaped the Mediterranean world. Ancient peoples witnessed volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and floods that could inspire stories of vanished civilizations. These tales, passed down through generations, might have reached Plato in transformed form. The enduring fascination with Atlantis reveals something profound about human nature. We're drawn to mysteries that suggest hidden depths to our past, civilizations that achieved greatness and then vanished, leaving only whispers in ancient texts. Whether Plato's Atlantis existed or not, it continues to inspire questions about what we've lost to time and tide. Pyramids of Giza, engineers or aliens. 3 separate teams of engineers attempted to recreate just one block of the Great Pyramid using modern tools and techniques. All 3 failed to achieve the precision found in stones cut 4,500 years ago. The tolerances we're discussing aren't close, they're perfect. We're talking about joints so tight that a piece of paper can't slide between massive limestone blocks, each weighing as much as a small car. When Napoleon's surveyors first measured the Great Pyramid in 1798, they discovered something that shouldn't exist. The base perimeter divided by the height equals pi to 15 decimal places. Either the ancient Egyptians possessed mathematical knowledge that wouldn't be formally discovered until centuries later, or something else entirely guided their hands. The numbers become more unsettling the deeper you dig. The pyramid's base dimensions mirror the circumference of Earth at the equator when multiplied by 43,200. That same number, 43,200, represents exactly half the number of years in Earth's axial precession cycle. The builders somehow encoded cosmic measurements into stone, with an accuracy that modern satellite technology confirms to within inches. But the real mystery isn't what they built, it's how they moved 2.3 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons, up a structure that rises 481 feet into the desert sky. No ramps have been found. No tool marks match any known ancient Egyptian implements. The conventional explanation requires a workforce of 100,000 people laboring for decades, yet the surrounding area shows no evidence of the massive infrastructure such an operation would demand. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, spent months analyzing the weathering patterns on the pyramid's casing stones. His findings challenge everything we thought we knew about construction timelines. The erosion patterns suggest exposure to significant rainfall in a region that's been arid for over 7,000 years. Either the pyramids are far older than we believed, or the climate changed dramatically shortly after their completion. The internal chambers present their own impossibilities. The king's chamber contains a granite sarcophagus that's wider than the entrance passage. It couldn't have been brought in after construction, meaning the entire pyramid was built around it. The precision required to calculate load-bearing stresses and weight distribution for this approach surpasses what civil engineers thought possible before the modern era. Underground, the subterranean chamber extends into bedrock with surgical precision. The walls show tool marks from implements that cut granite as if it were clay. Petrie's measurements from 1883 revealed surfaces flat to within 0.02 of an inch across spans of several feet. Modern machining centers struggle to achieve such tolerances in softer materials. The acoustic properties inside the pyramid chambers have baffled researchers for decades. Sound behaves in ways that seem intentionally designed. Specific frequencies resonate through the granite walls, creating harmonics that some scientists believe could have practical applications. The chamber dimensions correspond to mathematical ratios found in advanced acoustic engineering, suggesting the builders understood principles of sound manipulation we're only beginning to explore. Perhaps most puzzling are the shafts extending from the king's and queen's chambers. For years, archaeologists assumed they were ventilation systems, but the shafts don't reach the pyramid's exterior. Instead, they terminate in small chambers containing copper fittings and stone blocks with drill holes. The purpose remains unknown, but the precision of their construction rivals anything in the main chambers. Recent thermal imaging has revealed additional mysteries. The pyramid's interior temperature remains constant at 68 degrees Fahrenheit, regardless of external conditions. This thermal stability requires an understanding of heat transfer and building physics that mainstream archaeology doesn't associate with ancient Egypt. The structure appears to function as a massive thermal regulator, maintaining equilibrium through methods we can observe but not fully explain. The Great Pyramid stands alone among ancient structures in its mathematical perfection. While other pyramids show variations and imperfections, the Great Pyramid's measurements align with Earth's dimensions, the speed of light, and fundamental constants of physics. The probability of these correlations occurring by chance approaches zero. When mainstream Egyptologists are pressed to explain these anomalies, they often invoke lost techniques or forgotten knowledge. But this explanation requires us to believe that ancient Egyptians possessed advanced engineering capabilities that disappeared without leaving traces in any other construction projects. No other pyramid demonstrates the same level of precision. No other ancient structure incorporates such sophisticated mathematical relationships. The alternative explanations venture into territory that makes many scientists uncomfortable. Some researchers propose that the pyramid builders had access to technology we don't recognize from archaeological remains. Others suggest intervention from an advanced civilization whose existence predates recorded history. The possibilities challenge fundamental assumptions about human development and technological progress. What we can say with certainty is that conventional explanations don't account for the evidence. The Great Pyramid represents an achievement that seems to transcend the technological capabilities of its attributed builders. Whether the answer lies in lost human knowledge, unknown ancient civilizations, or something else entirely, the structure continues to challenge our understanding of what was possible 4,500 years ago. The pyramid keeps its secrets, standing as a monument to questions we're still learning how to ask. Each measurement reveals new impossibilities. Each chamber holds evidence of capabilities that shouldn't exist, and somewhere in the precise angles and perfect proportions, the truth waits, patient as the desert itself. Voynich manuscript, an uncrackable code. When world-renowned cryptographers look at the Voynich manuscript and simply walk away, you know something extraordinary is happening. This isn't just another old book that needs translation. This is a medieval document that has systematically defeated every code-breaking technique we've developed over the past century. The manuscript surfaced in 1912, when antiquarian book dealer Wilfrid Voynich purchased it from a Jesuit college in Italy. What he thought might be a valuable but ordinary medieval text turned out to be something that would consume the careers of linguists, mathematicians, and cryptographers for generations. The 240-page vellum manuscript carbon dated to the early 15th century, contains approximately 170,000 characters of text in a completely unknown script, accompanied by illustrations so bizarre they seem to document a world that never existed. The drawings alone suggest we're looking at something unprecedented. Plant illustrations fill many pages, but botanists have identified only a handful of actual species. The rest appear to be fantastical creations with impossible root systems, leaves that spiral in mathematically precise patterns, and flowers that seem to defy natural growth. There are astronomical diagrams with zodiac symbols mixed with unidentifiable celestial charts. Most unsettling are the biological sections, featuring dozens of small female figures bathing in interconnected pools of green liquid, connected by an elaborate network of tubes and passages. The text itself displays characteristics that make seasoned cryptographers question everything they know about language. Statistical analysis reveals patterns that mirror natural languages, with consistent character frequencies and combinations that suggest genuine linguistic structure. Yet every attempt at decipherment has failed spectacularly. The manuscript exhibits what linguists call Zipf-N distribution, where the frequency of words follows the same mathematical pattern found in all known languages. This means either we're looking at a real language that has somehow remained completely isolated from all other human linguistic development, or someone in the 15th century created the most sophisticated artificial language in history. Yale University's Bineca Rare Book Library now houses the manuscript, where it continues to attract researchers who believe they might be the one to crack its secrets. The list of brilliant minds who have attempted and failed is staggering. William Friedman, the American cryptographer who broke Japanese diplomatic codes during World War II, spent decades studying the manuscript with teams of experts. They concluded it was likely an artificial language, but couldn't penetrate its meaning. Even modern computational analysis, using techniques that can break complex military ciphers, has yielded nothing but statistical patterns that lead nowhere. Some researchers have proposed that the manuscript represents a form of medieval shorthand or abbreviated Latin, but this theory crumbles under scrutiny. The character set contains symbols that appear nowhere in medieval European writing systems, and the grammar structure doesn't match any known Romance language. Others suggest it might be an early form of artificial language created by medieval scholars, but the sophistication required would be almost impossible given the linguistic knowledge of the time. The botanical illustrations have prompted their own theories. Some researchers believe the plants might represent real species from unexplored regions, perhaps documentation of medicinal knowledge from distant lands. But this doesn't explain why the few identifiable plants are common European species mixed with impossible creations. The astronomical sections show familiarity with standard medieval cosmic understanding, yet include symbols and diagrams that don't match any known astronomical tradition. More controversial theories emerge from the manuscript's apparent obsession with feminine figures and biological processes. Some researchers suggest it might be an early medical text focused on women's health, which would explain why it was written in code to avoid religious persecution. The bathing figures could represent treatments or therapeutic practices that were considered heretical by medieval Christian authorities. But this theory still doesn't explain the linguistic impossibilities or the botanical fantasies. Modern computational approaches have revealed even more puzzling characteristics. The manuscript's text shows evidence of multiple hands or writing styles, suggesting different scribes worked on different sections, yet the artificial language remains consistent throughout, implying either remarkable coordination between multiple forgers or genuine linguistic tradition passed between writers. Character frequency analysis has revealed subtle patterns that might indicate underlying grammatical structures, but these patterns don't correspond to any known language family. One of the most intriguing aspects is what researchers call the repetition problem. Certain character combinations appear with frequencies that suggest they might be common words like the or and, but when you try to substitute these supposed common words, the text doesn't become any more comprehensible. It's as if the manuscript is deliberately designed to look like language while remaining completely impenetrable. Recent theories have proposed that the manuscript might be a form of glossolalia, or invented spiritual language, created by medieval mystics who believed they were channeling divine knowledge. This would explain the linguistic sophistication, combined with the impossible content, but even this theory struggles with the manuscript's internal consistency and the obvious intelligence behind its construction. The manuscript's provenance adds another layer of mystery. Wilfrid Voynich claimed he found it in a chest at the Villa Mondragone, but he was notably secretive about the exact circumstances of its discovery. Some researchers suspect the manuscript might have connections to John Dee, the 16th century English mathematician and occultist, or to the court of Rudolph II, Holy Roman Emperor and patron of alchemists and mystics. Perhaps most frustrating for researchers is that the manuscript seems to hover just beyond comprehension. It's not random nonsense, which would be easy to dismiss. It's not a simple substitution cipher, which would be relatively easy to break. It's something that exhibits all the characteristics of meaningful communication while remaining completely resistant to understanding. Every generation of researchers approaches it with new tools and fresh perspectives, only to find themselves added to the long list of the defeated. The Voynich manuscript remains in its climate-controlled case, its pages still whispering secrets in a language that might never have been spoken by human tongues. Whether it's the work of a medieval genius, elaborate hoax, or something beyond our current understanding, it continues to challenge our assumptions about the limits of human knowledge and the nature of communication itself. The mysterious Nazca Lines, deep in Peru's coastal desert, lines stretch across the earth with mathematical precision that defies every expectation we hold about ancient capabilities. The Nazca Lines weren't discovered by archaeologists carefully excavating burial sites or scholars deciphering forgotten texts. They were spotted by a commercial pilot in 1927, flying overhead on a routine mail delivery, who suddenly realized he was looking down at something that should have been impossible. From ground level, these markings appear as nothing more than shallow trenches and cleared pathways meandering across the desert floor. Walk among them, and you'll see scattered stones, compacted earth, and what might charitably be called trails left by ancient travelers. The true revelation comes only when you ascend, when you climb high enough to witness the full scope of what the Nazca people created between 500 BCE and 500 CE. Hummingbirds with wingspans stretching 300 feet, spiders rendered in perfect anatomical detail across 150 feet of desert, monkeys, fish, and condors drawn with such geometric precision that modern cartographers struggle to understand how they were executed without aerial guidance. But beyond the animal forms lies something even more puzzling: straight lines that extend for miles across the desert, geometric patterns that cover vast areas, and trapezoids that seem to serve no decorative purpose whatsoever. Dr. Maria Rostworowski, Peru's leading historian on pre-Columbian cultures, spent decades studying the Nazca civilization. Her research revealed a people sophisticated in astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. They constructed elaborate underground aqueducts that still function today, created textiles of extraordinary complexity, and developed ceramic techniques that produced some of the finest pottery in the ancient Americas. Yet when asked about the lines, even Dr. Rostworowski acknowledged the fundamental mystery. We can document their capabilities, but we cannot explain their motivations. The preservation of these geoglyphs presents its own puzzle. Peru's coastal desert receives less than half an inch of rainfall annually, creating conditions that have kept the lines intact for over 1,500 years. The ancient artists worked by removing the dark, iron oxide-coated pebbles from the desert surface, revealing the lighter sand beneath. This technique, called negative space art, required no construction materials, no complex tools, and no permanent installations. Yet the commitment of labor was enormous. Conservative estimates suggest the larger geoglyphs required teams of workers laboring for months. The famous Nazca spider, with its intricate leg positioning and abdomen detail, would have demanded not just physical effort, but constant coordination to maintain proportional accuracy. How did ground-level workers ensure the monkey's tail curved correctly, or that the hummingbird's beak pointed at the precise angle? Modern attempts to recreate even small portions of these designs have proven surprisingly difficult. German mathematician Maria Rieke dedicated her life to studying and protecting the Nazca lines. Moving to Peru in 1940, she spent the next 50 years mapping, measuring, and analyzing the geoglyphs. Her work revealed astronomical alignments that suggested the lines served as a massive calendar, with certain formations pointing toward solstices, equinoxes, and the rising positions of prominent stars. But Reiki herself admitted that astronomy alone couldn't explain the animal figures or the seemingly random straight lines that crisscross the desert. The astronomical theory faces challenges when subjected to statistical analysis. While some lines do align with celestial events, others point toward empty sky, and many of the animal figures show no astronomical correlation whatsoever. Dr. Anthony Aveni, an archaeoastronomer at Colgate University, conducted extensive surveys throughout the 1980s and concluded that while astronomy played a role in Nazca culture, it couldn't be the primary explanation for the line's existence. Water rituals offer another compelling possibility. The Nazca people lived in one of the world's driest environments, where successful agriculture depended entirely on understanding underground water sources and seasonal patterns. Some researchers propose that the lines served as pathways for ceremonial processions intended to invoke rainfall or honor water deities. The straight lines might have guided pilgrimages to sacred sites, while the animal figures could represent spiritual beings associated with water and fertility. This theory gained support from the discovery of small stone cairns and ceramic offerings found along some of the lines. Radiocarbon dating places these artifacts within the same time period as the geoglyphs themselves, suggesting the pathways were actively used for ceremonial purposes. However, the enormous scale of the project still seems disproportionate to its proposed function. Why create figures visible only from the sky for ground-based ceremonies? The most controversial explanation involves ancient flight capabilities. Swiss author Erich von Däniken proposed that the Nazca people had contact with extraterrestrial visitors, creating the lines as landing strips or navigation aids for alien spacecraft. While this theory lacks archaeological support, it gained popular attention because it addressed the fundamental question that orthodox explanations struggle to answer. Why create massive images that can only be appreciated from above? Less sensational but equally intriguing is the possibility that the Nazca people developed their own methods of aerial observation. Some researchers have found evidence that the ancient Nazca possessed advanced knowledge of wind patterns and might have constructed primitive hot air balloons using available materials. Textile fragments with tightly woven patterns that could have retained heated air have been discovered in the region, along with burn areas that might have served as launching sites. But perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that the Nazca lines were never meant to be seen from above at all. Recent anthropological studies suggest that the act of creation itself, rather than the finished product, might have been the primary purpose. The lines could represent a form of spiritual meditation extended across decades, with successive generations adding to and maintaining the patterns as a form of cultural continuity. The Nazca civilization disappeared around 700 CE, leaving behind only their pottery, textiles, and these massive desert drawings. No written records explain the line's purpose, no oral traditions survive to provide context, and no similar constructions exist anywhere else in the world. The geoglyphs remain exactly as their creators left them, waiting in the desert silence for an interpretation that continues to elude us. Modern satellite imagery reveals new lines still being discovered, suggesting the full scope of the Nazca achievement remains unknown. Each new finding deepens the mystery rather than resolving it, adding complexity to questions that already lack satisfactory answers. The desert keeps its secrets well, measuring time in centuries rather than decades, patient with our persistent need to understand what may have been intentionally made incomprehensible. The disappearance of the Mary Celeste. On December 4, 1872, the British brigantine Dei Gratia encountered something that would challenge maritime logic for the next century and a half. Captain David Morehouse spotted a vessel drifting erratically between Spain and Portugal, its sails partially set but clearly in distress. As his crew drew closer, they recognized the ship, the Mary Celeste, which had departed New York just weeks earlier under the command of Captain Benjamin Briggs. What they found aboard defied every maritime protocol and natural explanation. The ship was seaworthy, its cargo intact, personal belongings undisturbed. Captain Briggs's sword lay peacefully in its scabbard. His wife's sewing kit sat open, needles still threaded. The ship's chronometer, barometer, and navigation instruments remained in perfect working order. Even the captain's logbook showed routine entries up until November 25th, recording fair weather and smooth sailing. But 10 souls had vanished without a trace. Captain Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 crew members had simply disappeared. The Mary Celeste carried 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol bound for Genoa. When investigators examined the cargo, they discovered something peculiar. 9 barrels had been breached, their contents evaporated. The cargo hold reeked of alcohol fumes, yet there were no signs of fire or explosion. The ship's only lifeboat was missing, along with the ship's papers, chronometer, and sextant. These weren't items pirates would prioritize, but they were exactly what experienced sailors would take if abandoning ship in an emergency. The condition of the vessel itself presented a paradox. Water sloshed in the hold, but not enough to threaten the ship's stability. The mainsail had been blown away, and the rigging showed signs of rough weather, yet the Mary Celeste remained perfectly navigable. Most puzzling of all, the ship's compass had been knocked from its housing, and the binnacle housing was damaged, as if someone had deliberately tried to disable the ship's navigation. Captain Morehouse's discovery launched one of maritime history's most exhaustive investigations. Frederick Solly Flood, the British Attorney General in Gibraltar, suspected foul play and insurance fraud. He theorized that Morehouse and Briggs had conspired to stage the abandonment, splitting the salvage reward. This theory crumbled under scrutiny. The 2 captains knew each other casually, but bank records and correspondence revealed no suspicious financial arrangements. The alcohol cargo sparked another theory. Could the fumes have created conditions so dangerous that Captain Briggs ordered an immediate evacuation? Analysis of the breached barrels showed that denatured alcohol, while toxic, wouldn't naturally explode without an ignition source. Maritime experts calculated that even if fumes had built up in the hold, the ship's ventilation systems would have prevented a lethal concentration. Weather records from November 1872 revealed a violent storm system that had swept across the Atlantic around the time of the Mary Celeste's last log entry. Could the crew have mistaken the ship's condition during the storm, believing it was sinking when it wasn't? This scenario would explain why they took the lifeboat and navigation instruments, standard procedure for abandoning ship. Yet experienced sailors like Captain Briggs would have conducted thorough damage assessments before making such a drastic decision. The ship's galley offered another clue that deepened the mystery. Breakfast dishes sat unwashed but not yet dried, suggesting the crew had eaten recently before whatever event caused their departure. The stove was cold, but provisioning records showed adequate food and fresh water for the entire voyage. There were no signs of illness, conflict, or panic. Personal effects remained in their usual places. Crew members' pipes, tobacco, and personal letters lay undisturbed in their bunks. One of the most unsettling discoveries was the ship's harmonium, belonging to Captain Briggs's wife. Sarah Briggs was known to play hymns during evening hours, and sheet music was found open to "O Spirit Dove." Maritime tradition held that music calmed both crew and sea, making its abandonment particularly ominous to sailors of the era. The missing lifeboat became central to numerous theories. If the crew had launched it during the storm, survival chances were minimal. North Atlantic waters in November would have killed them within hours, yet no wreckage, bodies, or personal effects were ever recovered, despite extensive searches along probable drift routes. The lifeboat's disappearance was so complete, it seemed to have vanished into the ocean's memory. Modern maritime investigators have applied contemporary forensic techniques to surviving evidence. Analysis of the ship's hull revealed cuts that early investigators attributed to sword marks, suggesting violence. Advanced examination in the 1960s determined these were normal wear patterns from cargo handling and weather exposure. Similarly, suspected bloodstains on the ship's rail and sword tested negative for human blood when subjected to chemical analysis. The Mary Celeste's final voyage before its abandonment had been routine by all accounts. The ship had carried various cargoes successfully for years, and Captain Briggs was known for his competence and caution. His decision to bring his wife and daughter on this voyage was unusual but not unprecedented. Many merchant captains included family members on longer journeys. Insurance records from the London Maritime Registry reveal that the Mary Celeste was adequately but not excessively insured, eliminating obvious financial motives for insurance fraud. The cargo's value was substantial but not extraordinary for merchant vessels of the period. If financial desperation had driven the crew to some desperate act, no evidence of such pressures existed in their personal affairs. The ship's subsequent history added another layer to its mystique. After the Gibraltar investigation, the Mary Celeste returned to service but gained a reputation for being cursed. It changed hands 17 times over the next 13 years, with each owner reporting unusual accidents, crew desertions, or financial losses. The ship finally ran aground in Haiti in 1885, where its final owner allegedly scuttled it for insurance money. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Mary Celeste mystery is how completely 10 human beings vanished from maritime history. In an era when few events went unrecorded and fewer still remained unexplained, their disappearance represents a perfect void in human knowledge. The ship they left behind continues sailing through our collective imagination, its sails forever set toward questions that may never find answers. The mystery of Stonehenge. When archaeologists first excavated beneath the massive stones of Stonehenge in the 1950s, they uncovered something that would fundamentally alter our understanding of ancient Britain: cremated remains. Hundreds of them, dating back over 4,500 years, these weren't random burials scattered across the landscape. They were purposefully placed, carefully arranged, suggesting Stonehenge served as something far more complex than anyone had imagined. The monument we see today on Salisbury Plain represents the final phase of construction that spanned nearly 1,500 years. 3 distinct civilizations contributed to its creation, each adding their own architectural vision to what had come before. The result is a structure so precisely engineered that its purpose continues to elude us, despite decades of intensive study by some of the world's leading archaeologists. Consider the logistics alone. The smaller blue stones, weighing up to 4 tons each, were transported from the Preseli Hills in Wales, a distance of over 150 miles. Recent research suggests they may have been moved by glacier during the last ice age, but this theory raises its own questions. If natural forces delivered these specific stones to the area, how did Neolithic peoples recognize their significance? The larger sarsen stones, some weighing 25 tons, came from the Marlborough Downs, requiring sophisticated knowledge of leverage, transportation, and construction techniques that supposedly didn't exist in Bronze Age Britain. The precision of the stone placement becomes even more remarkable when examined through modern surveying equipment. The heel stone aligns perfectly with the sunrise on the summer solstice, but this represents just one element of a much more complex astronomical calculator. Professor Gerald Hawkins of Boston University spent years mapping the monument's celestial alignments, discovering that Stonehenge could predict lunar eclipses with startling accuracy. The 56 Aubrey holes, named after antiquarian John Aubrey, who first documented them in the 17th century, appear to function as a counting mechanism for tracking the 18.6-year cycle of the moon's orbit. But astronomical observatory doesn't fully explain the cremated remains. Analysis of the bones reveals individuals from across the British Isles, suggesting Stonehenge drew people from hundreds of miles away. Some skeletons show evidence of violent death, others of careful ceremonial preparation. The implications are profound. This wasn't simply a local burial ground, but a site of such significance that people undertook dangerous journeys to reach it, sometimes carrying their dead with them. The surrounding landscape adds another layer of mystery. Modern ground-penetrating radar has revealed a vast network of additional monuments, burial mounds, and processional ways extending for miles around Stonehenge. The Avenue, a ceremonial pathway marked by parallel earthworks, stretches for nearly 2 miles toward the River Avon. Its creators engineered it to frame the monument from specific approach angles, suggesting the experience of arriving at Stonehenge was as important as the destination itself. Recent discoveries have further complicated our understanding. In 2020, archaeologists announced the discovery of a massive circle of prehistoric shafts surrounding the nearby settlement of Durrington Walls. These 20-foot deep pits, each measuring 10 meters across, form a precise circle over 2 kilometers in diameter, with Durrington Walls at its center. The level of coordination required to create such a structure challenges everything we thought we knew about Neolithic society's organizational capabilities. The question of who built Stonehenge remains equally puzzling. Radiocarbon dating places the earliest construction around 3100 BCE during Britain's Neolithic period. The people responsible left no written records, no clear artistic traditions, and few permanent settlements. Yet they possessed mathematical knowledge sophisticated enough to create a monument that continues to confound modern engineers. The trilithons, those iconic stone doorways, were joined using mortise and tenon joints typically associated with woodworking, suggesting the builders applied carpentry techniques to megaliths weighing dozens of tons. Analysis of tools found at the site reveals another contradiction. The builders used simple antler picks and ox shoulder blades to move millions of tons of earth and stone. Computer modeling suggests the project would have required a continuous workforce of several hundred people over multiple generations. This level of sustained effort implies a complex society with specialized roles, surplus food production, and sophisticated leadership structures that left virtually no other archaeological evidence. The acoustic properties of Stonehenge present yet another avenue of investigation. Sound engineers have discovered that the stone circle creates unique resonance patterns, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Standing within the monument, a human voice takes on ethereal qualities, suggesting the builders understood principles of acoustics that wouldn't be formally documented for thousands of years. This discovery has led some researchers to propose Stonehenge functioned as a kind of ancient amphitheater, designed to enhance ritual performances or religious ceremonies. Perhaps most intriguingly, isotope analysis of the cremated remains reveals that many individuals weren't local to the area. Some had spent their childhoods as far away as the Scottish Highlands or the coasts of Ireland. This suggests Stonehenge held significance across vast distances, drawing pilgrims from throughout the British Isles during an era when travel was dangerous and communication limited. The monument may have served as a unifying symbol for diverse tribal groups, a neutral ground where different cultures could gather for trade, ceremony, or seasonal celebrations. The mystery deepens when we consider Stonehenge's abandonment, around 1600 BCE, after nearly 1,500 years of continuous use and modification. The site was largely abandoned. No catastrophic event explains this departure. The climate remained stable, and archaeological evidence suggests the surrounding population continued to thrive. The builders' descendants simply walked away from their ancestors' greatest achievement, leaving behind only questions carved in stone. Modern Druids and neo-pagan groups have claimed Stonehenge as a sacred site, but their practices bear little resemblance to whatever rituals once took place there. The monument's true purpose remains locked in the silence of stone, its secrets as enduring as the sarsen blocks that have weathered 4 millennia of wind and rain. Each new archaeological technique reveals fresh mysteries, reminding us that some questions may be more important than their answers. Secrets of the Sphinx. For over 4.5 millennia, a colossal figure has maintained its watch over the Giza Plateau, its gaze fixed eternally on the eastern horizon. The Great Sphinx bears the scars of wind and weather, of human ambition and natural erosion, yet its most profound mysteries remain locked beneath layers of limestone and sand. When Napoleon's army first encountered this monument in 1798, his soldiers discovered something that would puzzle scholars for centuries to come. The Sphinx's head appeared disproportionately small for its massive leonine body. This wasn't simply artistic license. Measurements revealed the head had been recarved from a much larger original form. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, spent months examining the weathering patterns on the Sphinx's body during the 1990s. His findings challenged everything Egyptologists believed about the monument's age. The deep vertical erosion channels carved into the limestone weren't caused by wind and sand, as traditionally assumed. They were the result of heavy rainfall that hadn't occurred in the region for over 7,000 years. This placed the Sphinx's construction in a time period when the Sahara was still green, when rivers flowed through what is now desert. If Schoch's geological analysis is correct, the Sphinx predates the rise of Egyptian civilization by thousands of years. The implications sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. But the mysteries beneath the surface run even deeper. In 1993, seismic surveys conducted by Thomas Dobecki revealed hollow chambers beneath the Sphinx's paws and body. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the existence of these voids, yet access to explore them remains strictly controlled by Egyptian authorities. The most intriguing discovery came from the work of John Anthony West, who noticed that the Sphinx's body showed evidence of repair work using different types of limestone blocks. Some repairs appeared ancient, suggesting the monument had been restored multiple times throughout history. This raised an unsettling question: how many times had this structure been buried and rediscovered? Ancient Egyptian texts offer little help in solving these riddles. The Sphinx appears in hieroglyphic records as Horamakhet, or Horus of the Horizon, but these references treat it as already ancient, already mysterious. Even to the pharaohs, the Sphinx was a relic from a forgotten time. The famous dream stele, erected between the Sphinx's paws by Thutmose IV, around 1400 BCE, tells of the young prince falling asleep in the monument's shadow. In his dream, the Sphinx spoke, promising him the throne of Egypt if he would clear away the sand that had buried its body. This 3,400-year-old inscription suggests the Sphinx had already been lost and found again in antiquity. Edgar Cayce, the American psychic known as the Sleeping Prophet, made predictions in the 1930s about hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx containing records of Atlantis. While dismissed by mainstream archaeology, his specific claims about the location of these chambers align remarkably with the later seismic discoveries. The Hall of Records, as Cayce described it, supposedly lies beneath the Sphinx's right paw. In 1996, a team led by Dr. Zahi Hawass attempted to explore this area using a small camera inserted through a narrow shaft. The footage revealed a small chamber, but further exploration was halted before any definitive conclusions could be reached. Recent thermal imaging has revealed additional anomalies in the Sphinx's structure. Hotspots detected in the limestone suggest the presence of more hollow spaces, possibly connected to the chamber network beneath the monument. These findings have only deepened the mystery of what lies hidden within. One of the most controversial aspects of Sphinx research involves the monument's original appearance. Computer modeling based on erosion patterns suggests the original head was much larger, possibly representing a jackal or lion rather than a human pharaoh. If true, this would mean the familiar human face we see today is actually a later modification, carved from the remains of something far more ancient. The positioning of the Sphinx also raises questions. Its eastern orientation places it in perfect alignment with the constellation Leo as it appeared on the horizon around 10,500 BCE. This astronomical connection, championed by researchers like Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval, suggests the monument may have been designed as a massive celestial marker. Water damage to the Sphinx extends beyond surface erosion. Core samples taken from the monument reveal mineral deposits consistent with prolonged water exposure, not just from rain but from standing water. This evidence points to a time when the Giza Plateau may have been partially flooded, adding another layer to the mystery of its true age. The most recent investigations have focused on the Sphinx's relationship to the nearby pyramids. Acoustic tests performed in the 1990s suggested the possibility of tunnels connecting the Sphinx to the Great Pyramid. While these connections remain unproven, the idea that the entire Giza complex might be part of a unified underground network continues to intrigue researchers. Modern technology has revealed that the Sphinx's construction required sophisticated engineering knowledge. The monument was carved from a single piece of limestone, except for the paws and portions of the head, which were built up with stone blocks. This level of precision suggests its builders possessed advanced understanding of geology and structural engineering. The silence of the Sphinx has become legendary, but perhaps its greatest secret lies not in what it conceals, but in what it reveals about the timeline of human civilization. If the geological evidence is correct, if the astronomical alignments are intentional, if the underground chambers contain what some believe they do, then the Sphinx may be humanity's oldest surviving testament to a forgotten chapter in our past. Each dawn brings new light to the ancient guardian's face, and each sunset leaves us with the same enduring questions. The Great Sphinx continues its eternal vigil, holding its secrets close, waiting for the day when we might finally understand what it has been trying to tell us across the millennia. The Vanishing Crew of the Flying Dutchman. 300 years of maritime records contain accounts that shouldn't exist. Ship logs from different centuries, different oceans, different nations, all describing the same impossible vessel. A ghostly ship with tattered sails, crewed by men who should have died generations ago, forever sailing waters that offer no rest. The Flying Dutchman exists in that strange space between legend and documentation, where folklore meets the meticulous record-keeping of pragmatic sailors who rarely spoke of things they couldn't explain. Captain Hendrik van der Dekken's name first appears in Dutch maritime records from the 1640s. A skilled navigator with an unblemished record, he commanded merchant vessels through some of the most treacherous waters known to 17th century sailing. The Cape of Good Hope, where the Atlantic and Indian Oceans meet, claimed hundreds of ships during this period. Van der Decken had navigated these waters successfully for years. The story, as preserved in multiple sources, places his final voyage in 1641. Weather conditions around the Cape deteriorated rapidly that April, forcing most captains to seek shelter. Van der Decken, according to surviving accounts, refused to turn back. Witnesses reported hearing him curse God and swear he would round the Cape, even if it took until Judgment Day. His ship vanished into the storm. No wreckage was ever found. What happened next challenges our understanding of how legends develop. Within months of Van der Dekken's disappearance, other ships began reporting encounters with a vessel matching his description. These weren't casual ghost stories shared in taverns. They were formal entries in official ship logs, documents that could determine a captain's career and credibility. The HMS Bashante's log entry from 1881 remains one of the most detailed accounts. The future King George V, then a young midshipman, recorded the sighting personally. At 4 a.m, the lookout reported a strange red light off the port bow. The ship appeared to be sailing directly toward them, its ancient design clearly visible in the pre-dawn darkness. As the crew watched, the vessel vanished. Hours later, the lookout who first spotted the ship fell from the rigging and died. Similar accounts accumulated across centuries. The German U-boat U-65 crew reported an encounter in 1939. The steamship SS Valencia logged a sighting in 1906. Each account shares eerily consistent details: the ship's antiquated design, its phosphorescent glow, the sense of dread that accompanied its appearance. Maritime historians have attempted to explain these sightings through conventional means: optical illusions, mirages, the psychological effects of isolation at sea, all reasonable explanations for individual encounters. Yet the consistency of descriptions across different time periods, different weather conditions, and different geographical locations presents a puzzle that conventional explanations struggle to address. The ship's appearances often coincide with maritime disasters. The SS Strathmore's crew reported seeing the Flying Dutchman hours before striking a reef in 1890. The merchant vessel Clan MacLeod logged a similar sighting just days before being torpedoed during World War II. This pattern has led some researchers to suggest the ghost ship serves as a harbinger of maritime tragedy. But the Flying Dutchman phenomenon extends beyond individual sightings. The story has become embedded in maritime culture itself, influencing everything from naval traditions to insurance practices. Some shipping companies still maintain unofficial policies about routes and timing based on areas where sightings have been reported. Modern technology has added new dimensions to the mystery. Radar operators have reported detecting ships in areas where no vessels should exist, only to find empty water when investigated. Satellite imagery has captured unexplained maritime anomalies that don't correspond to known shipping traffic. These incidents rarely receive official attention, but they continue to occur. The psychological impact of the Flying Dutchman legend on maritime communities deserves examination. Sailors, traditionally practical people focused on survival and navigation, have maintained this story across centuries of technological advancement. The transition from sail to steam to diesel power, from celestial navigation to GPS, none of these changes have diminished the story's persistence. Some researchers propose that the Flying Dutchman represents something deeper than supernatural folklore. Dr. Elizabeth Hartwell, a maritime anthropologist, suggests the legend serves as a collective memory of oceanic mystery. The vastness of the ocean, largely unexplored even today, creates psychological space for phenomena that challenge rational explanation. Recent scientific investigations have focused on atmospheric conditions that might create the visual effects associated with Flying Dutchman sightings. Temperature inversions, electromagnetic anomalies, and unusual light refraction patterns can create spectacular optical illusions at sea. These phenomena might explain the ship's ghostly appearance and sudden disappearances. Yet questions remain. Why does this particular legend persist when countless other maritime ghost stories have faded? Why do the descriptions remain so consistent across different cultures and centuries? Why do experienced sailors, people whose lives depend on accurate observation, continue to report encounters they cannot explain? The Flying Dutchman exists in that liminal space where human experience meets the inexplicable. Whether supernatural entity or psychological phenomenon, the story reveals something profound about our relationship with the ocean's mysteries. The sea keeps its secrets, and perhaps some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Modern maritime databases still record anomalous sightings. Ships encounter radar signatures that don't match known vessels. Crews report lights and shapes that vanish when approached. These incidents rarely make headlines, but they continue to accumulate in official records. The Flying Dutchman legend endures because it speaks to fundamental questions about mortality, punishment, and the price of defying natural order. Vanderdecken's eternal voyage serves as a reminder that some boundaries, once crossed, cannot be recrossed. In the end, the Flying Dutchman remains what it has always been, a mystery that sails just beyond the horizon of understanding, forever visible but never quite within reach. The question isn't whether the ship exists but why we need it to exist, and what its presence reveals about the depths of mystery that still surround us. The Vatican Archives, hidden treasures. Deep beneath the cobblestone streets of Vatican City, 53 miles of climate-controlled shelving stretch through corridors that have remained sealed from public view for over 4 centuries. The Vatican's secret archives, now diplomatically renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives, contain an estimated 35,000 volumes of cataloged material, with countless more documents awaiting classification. What draws researchers, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike isn't just the sheer volume of these collections, but the tantalizing reality that less than 3% has ever been made available to outside scholars. The archives weren't opened to any external researchers until 1881, and even today, access requires credentials that few possess. Materials less than 75 years old remain completely restricted, while older documents can only be examined by a maximum of 60 scholars worldwide at any given time. This isn't mere bureaucratic caution, it's institutional secrecy on a scale that would make intelligence agencies envious. Dr. Barbara Frale, one of the few historians granted extensive access, discovered a document in 2001 that fundamentally changed our understanding of the Knights Templar's downfall. The Chinon parchment, dated 1308, revealed that Pope Clement V had actually absolved the Templars of heresy charges 700 years before the Catholic Church publicly acknowledged their innocence. If such a significant historical revision could remain hidden for centuries, what else might be deliberately obscured within those temperature-controlled vaults? The archive's most controversial guardian was Cardinal José Saraiva Martins, who oversaw access from 1997 to 2008. During his tenure, he repeatedly denied requests to examine files related to Pope Pius XII's actions during World War II. The Cardinal's standard response was that opening these particular documents would serve no useful purpose. When pressed by Holocaust historians, he suggested that some truths were better left undisturbed for the sake of continuing interfaith dialogue. This pattern of selective disclosure extends far beyond wartime controversies. Professor Thomas Rees, a Vatican expert at Georgetown University, spent 12 years attempting to access 16th century documents related to Galileo's trial. His final approval came with restrictions so severe that he was permitted to examine only pre-selected pages, with a church historian present during every moment of his research. The approved documents supported the church's official narrative almost perfectly, a coincidence that Rees found statistically remarkable. The physical architecture of the archives themselves suggests an institution designed for permanent secrecy rather than eventual transparency. The underground complex features multiple security checkpoints, biometric scanners, and corridors that require special authorization to access. Most intriguingly, the archives contain what staff members refer to as the reserved collection, documents that don't appear in any catalog and can only be accessed by direct papal permission. Former archivist Cardinal Raphael Farina once admitted that the Vatican possesses extensive correspondence between Pope Pius X and political leaders during the 1848 revolutions that swept across Europe. These letters, he suggested, contain frank discussions of church policy that would complicate modern diplomatic relationships if made public. When asked to clarify which relationships specifically, the cardinal declined to elaborate, noting only that some historical knowledge carries contemporary consequences. The archive's most persistent mystery involves their alleged collection of suppressed Gospels and early Christian texts. While the Vatican officially denies possessing any significant documents that weren't included in established biblical canon, several former staff members have made conflicting claims. Father Malachi Martin, who worked in the archives during the 1960s, suggested before his death that the Vatican possessed alternative versions of familiar stories that would challenge fundamental assumptions about Christian origins. Contemporary researcher Dr. Candida Moss of the University of Notre Dame has identified systematic gaps in the Vatican's published inventories. Her analysis reveals that while the archives claim to hold complete records of papal correspondence from 1198 onwards, significant periods show unusual scarcity of documentation. The years 1233 to 1234, coinciding with the height of the Inquisition, contain remarkably few papal letters considering the historical importance of this period. The financial records present their own puzzles. The Vatican maintains that its archives contain primarily religious and diplomatic correspondence, yet former Swiss Guard captain Andreas Widmer has described seeing extensive financial documentation during his security rotations. These records, according to Widmer, included transaction details with European banks dating back to the Renaissance, as well as property inventories that would surprise most Catholics. What makes these restrictions particularly intriguing is their inconsistency. While Holocaust-era documents remain sealed, the Vatican readily opened files related to the Borgia's corruption and Renaissance-era scandals. This selective transparency suggests that the archive's most sensitive materials aren't necessarily the oldest, but rather those with continuing contemporary relevance. The Vatican's official position, as stated by current prefect Archbishop Sergio Pagano, is that gradual disclosure serves historical accuracy and interfaith harmony. However, this policy has created an environment where absence of evidence becomes evidence of absence. Researchers can't prove that controversial documents exist, but they also can't prove they don't. The most recent controversy erupted in 2020, when Pope Francis announced the opening of archives related to Pope Pius XII's wartime papacy. The released documents, while extensive, were heavily redacted and missing entire categories of correspondence that previous Vatican statements had acknowledged existed. Holocaust historian Dr. David Kurtzer noted that crucial documents referenced in other released materials were simply absent from the collection, with no explanation provided. Perhaps the most telling insight came from Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re, who observed that the Vatican's approach to historical transparency must balance truth with prudence. When asked to define prudence in this context, he responded that some historical truths might undermine faith rather than strengthen it. The Vatican's secret archives represent more than institutional record-keeping. They embody controlled narrative construction on an unprecedented scale. Whatever lies within those climate-controlled corridors continues to shape contemporary understanding through its very absence from public knowledge. The most profound mystery isn't what these archives contain, but why their contents remain so carefully guarded, centuries after the events they document. The mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. 3 research vessels converged on coordinates 25° N, 71° W, in December 1945, searching for any trace of Flight 19. They found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no debris field. 5 Navy torpedo bombers and their 14 crew members had simply vanished into the vast expanse of the Atlantic, leaving behind only confused radio transmissions and a mystery that would define one of the most controversial regions on Earth, the Bermuda Triangle, a name that didn't even exist until 26 years after Flight 19 disappeared. Author Vincent Gaddis coined the term in 1964, drawing invisible lines between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico to encompass roughly 500,000 square miles of ocean. What he created wasn't just a geographic designation, it was a legend that would capture imaginations for generations. But before the sensationalism, Before the theories and documentaries, there were the incidents. Cold, documented cases that couldn't be easily explained away. December 5, 1945. Lieutenant Charles Taylor led his training squadron into clear skies over the Bahamas. These weren't novice pilots. They were experienced Navy aviators conducting a routine navigation exercise. At 3:45 p.m., the first troubling transmission crackled through to the Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale. "Control, this is Flight 19. We seem to be off course. We cannot see land. Repeat, we cannot see land. What is your position?" "We're not sure of our position. We can't be sure just where we are." The radio logs from that December afternoon make for unsettling reading. Taylor's voice grows increasingly distressed as his instruments apparently malfunction, both compasses spinning wildly. No recognizable landmarks below, just endless ocean where familiar islands should be. "We're heading 030 degrees for 45 minutes, then we'll fly north to make sure we're not over the Gulf of Mexico." Those were among the last coherent transmissions from Flight 19. A rescue aircraft, a PBM Mariner flying boat, was immediately dispatched with 13 crew members aboard. At 7:27 p.m., the Mariner reported its position and estimated arrival time. Then silence. It too had vanished. The official investigation concluded that Taylor had become confused about his location, possibly mistaking the Bahamas for the Florida Keys. The planes ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. A reasonable explanation, except for the nagging details that didn't quite fit. Taylor was an experienced pilot with over 2,500 flight hours. His student aviators were trained to handle emergencies. The weather was clear, and perhaps most puzzling of all, the search operation that followed was one of the most extensive in naval history. 240 aircraft and 67 ships scouring 380,000 square miles of ocean for 5 days. They found nothing. The Flight 19 incident might have remained a tragic but isolated mystery if not for the pattern that began to emerge. Ships and aircraft had been disappearing in this region for decades, often under circumstances that defied conventional explanation. In 1918, the USS Cyclops, a massive naval cargo ship, vanished without a trace while carrying a full load of manganese ore from Barbados to Baltimore. No distress signal, no wreckage ever found. The ship simply sailed into history, taking 306 souls with it. But it's the modern incidents that truly defy explanation. In 1970, pilot Bruce Gernon reported an encounter that reads like science fiction. Flying his Beechcraft Bonanza from Andros Island to Palm Beach, Gernon encountered what he described as a tunnel-shaped cloud. As he flew through it, his instruments went haywire, and he claimed to have traveled 100 miles in just 3 minutes, a physical impossibility at his aircraft's maximum speed. When Gernon landed in Palm Beach, he discovered his fuel consumption was far less than it should have been for the distance traveled. His account has been dismissed by skeptics, but Gernon maintains his story to this day, backed by radar data that shows his aircraft briefly vanishing from air traffic control screens. The scientific community has offered various explanations for the triangle's reputation. Dr. Larry Kusha, a research librarian at Arizona State University, spent years investigating triangle incidents for his 1975 book, The Bermuda Triangle Mystery Solved. Kusha's findings were sobering. Many of the most famous disappearances had been embellished or occurred outside the triangle altogether. Some ships reported as vanished had actually been found, their discoveries simply receiving less publicity than their disappearances. Yet even Kusha's debunking couldn't account for every incident. The sheer volume of disappearances in this region, while perhaps not supernatural, remains statistically significant. Natural phenomena offer the most plausible explanations. The Gulf Stream, one of the world's strongest ocean currents, runs directly through the triangle. Wreckage can be swept away within hours, making recovery nearly impossible. The region is also prone to sudden violent weather changes. Waterspouts and freak storms can appear with little warning, overwhelming vessels before they can send distress signals. More intriguingly, scientists have discovered large deposits of methane hydrate on the ocean floor throughout the triangle. When these deposits destabilize, they release massive bubbles of gas that can theoretically reduce water density enough to sink ships. The same gas, when released into the atmosphere, might cause aircraft engines to malfunction. But methane deposits exist in many parts of the world's oceans. Why would this particular region generate such a persistent pattern of disappearances? Some researchers point to magnetic anomalies in the area. The triangle sits atop one of only two places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align, a phenomenon that could explain compass malfunctions reported by pilots like Charles Taylor. Dr. Richard McIver, a geophysicist at the University of North Carolina, has spent years studying the triangle's unique geological features. His work suggests the region may experience periodic electromagnetic disturbances that could interfere with navigation equipment and radio communications. The Bermuda Triangle continues to claim vessels in the modern era. In 2015, the cargo ship El Faro vanished during Hurricane Joaquin while attempting to travel from Jacksonville to Puerto Rico. The ship's voyage data recorder was eventually recovered, revealing the crew's final desperate hours. But El Faro's fate, overwhelmed by a massive storm, fits conventional explanations. It's the cases that don't fit these patterns that keep the mystery alive. Today, the Triangle remains one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Thousands of vessels transit these waters safely every year. The disappearances that do occur are often explicable, the result of human error, mechanical failure, or natural disasters. But in the quiet moments between explanations, questions linger. Why do instruments malfunction with such frequency in this region? What accounts for the complete absence of wreckage in so many cases? And perhaps most unsettling of all, what really happened to Flight 19 on that clear December afternoon in 1945? The ocean keeps its secrets well. In the deepest trenches of the Triangle, where sunlight has never penetrated, the answers may rest forever beyond our reach. The Secret Cipher of the Somerton Man, December 1st, 1948. Adelaide's Somerton Beach stretches quietly under the Australian summer sun when a passerby notices something that shouldn't be there. A man in an immaculate suit, lying peacefully against the seawall as if he'd simply chosen to rest. But this man will never wake up, and 75 years later, we still don't know who he was. The Somerton Man, as he came to be known, carried no identification. His clothing labels had been systematically removed. Even his dental records led nowhere. But hidden in a secret pocket of his trousers, investigators discovered something that would transform this death into one of the most enduring mysteries of the modern age. A scrap of paper bearing 5 typed letters, TAMAM, SHUD. These weren't random characters. They were a clue. The final words of a poem by Persian poet Omar Khayyam, meaning "it is finished" or "it is ended." But this was just the beginning. The paper fragment led police to something extraordinary. A first edition of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, discovered in the unlocked car of a local man who claimed he'd found the book on his back seat months earlier. Between its pages, investigators found what appeared to be a code, 5 lines of seemingly random letters, carefully handwritten in pencil. Above the cipher, a phone number for a woman living just 5 minutes from where the body was found. When detectives contacted her, the woman's reaction was immediate and visceral. She nearly fainted. She claimed not to recognize the dead man, yet her response suggested otherwise. Even more intriguingly, she possessed her own copy of the Rubaiyat, gifted to a man named Alfred Boxall during the war. But Boxall wasn't the Somerton Man. He was alive and well, living in Sydney, still carrying his inscribed copy of the same collection. The cipher itself remains one of the most analyzed, unsolved codes in history. Cryptographers worldwide have attempted to crack its meaning. The pattern appears deliberate, too structured for random letters, too complex for simple substitution. Some researchers believe it represents the first letters of words in a poem or passage. Others suggest it might be a one-time pad cipher, theoretically unbreakable without the key. Professor Derek Abbott of the University of Adelaide has spent decades studying this case. His analysis reveals fascinating patterns within the seemingly random sequence. Certain letters appear with frequencies that suggest linguistic structure. The positioning of repeated characters hints at word boundaries. Yet every promising lead eventually dissolves into uncertainty. The autopsy raised as many questions as it answered. The Somerton Man showed no obvious signs of violence, yet his organs displayed evidence of acute poisoning. His spleen was 3 times normal size. His liver showed signs of acute congestion. The pathologist noted that his heart displayed evidence of acute blood congestion, suggesting a sudden, dramatic death, yet no known poison could be detected in his system. Even more puzzling were the physical anomalies. The man's calf muscles were extraordinarily developed, suggesting he was either a professional dancer or someone who spent considerable time on his toes. His feet showed no signs of regular walking. His hands were soft, uncalloused, indicating he didn't perform manual labor. These details painted a picture of someone whose lifestyle remains as mysterious as his identity. The dental examination revealed work that didn't match any known Australian practices of the era. His teeth showed signs of techniques more commonly used in America or Europe. Yet extensive searches through missing person reports across multiple continents yielded nothing. It was as if this man had simply materialized on the beach without any previous existence. Recent developments have added new layers to this mystery. In 2019, advanced DNA analysis began on hair samples preserved from the original investigation. The results revealed something unexpected. The Somerton man's genetic profile suggested Mediterranean ancestry, possibly Greek or Turkish. This finding contradicted earlier assumptions about his background and opened entirely new avenues of investigation. The woman who nearly fainted when shown the death mask. Her story remained consistent, yet incomplete, until her death in 2007. She maintained that she didn't recognize the man, yet neighbors later revealed she'd been extremely agitated in the weeks following his discovery. Her nurse reported that she'd spoken of terrible things that might happen if certain secrets were revealed. More recently, researchers have discovered that this woman had a child born around the time of the Somerton man's death. The child, who grew up to work in the legal profession, displayed unusual ear formations that exactly matched those of the deceased man. The implications are staggering, yet definitive proof remains elusive. The cipher continues to tantalize researchers. Advanced computer analysis has revealed that the letter combinations don't match any known language patterns, yet they're not random either. The sequence displays what cryptographers call non-random randomness, patterns that suggest meaning while refusing to reveal it. One theory proposes that the cipher represents a suicide note encoded to protect someone's reputation. Another suggests it might be operational codes for intelligence work, given the suspicious circumstances surrounding the case. The timing, just months after World War II ended, when displaced persons and former intelligence operatives were scattered across the globe, adds credence to this possibility. The most recent scientific investigation has focused on isotope analysis of the man's hair and bones. These tests can reveal where someone lived during the final months of their life, based on the unique chemical signatures of different regions. The results indicate the Somerton man had spent considerable time in a coastal environment, consistent with his final location, yet isotope ratios suggest he'd traveled from elsewhere in the months before his death. The case file, now spanning 75 years, continues to grow. Each new technology brings fresh possibilities for analysis, yet the fundamental questions remain unanswered. Who was this man? What did his cipher mean? And why did his presence provoke such a dramatic reaction from a woman who claimed never to have met him? The Somerton man lies buried in Adelaide's West Terrace Cemetery under a headstone that simply reads, "The Unknown Man." His cipher, carefully preserved in police files, continues to whisper its secrets to anyone willing to listen. 5 lines of letters that might contain profound meaning, or might be the elaborate creation of a mind seeking to ensure that some mysteries remain forever unsolved. The enigmatic plain of jars, deep in the mountainous highlands of Laos, across windswept plateaus that seem forgotten by time itself, thousands of massive stone jars lie scattered like the remnants of some ancient feast. These aren't delicate pottery pieces you might find in a museum display case. We're talking about colossal stone vessels, some weighing as much as 6 tons, carved from solid rock with a precision that defies easy explanation. The locals call them hai hin, stone jars, but for archaeologists who've spent decades studying them, they represent one of Southeast Asia's most enduring puzzles. What were they used for? Who created them? And perhaps most mysteriously, why are there so many of them, distributed across such a vast area? The plain of jars, as it's come to be known, isn't actually a single plain at all. These enigmatic stone vessels are scattered across more than 90 sites throughout the provinces of Shengkuang, Luang Prabang, and Salavan. The largest concentration sits on the Shengkuang Plateau, where over 400 jars cluster together in what researchers have designated as Site 1. Some of these vessels stand nearly 10 feet tall, their hollow interiors large enough for a person to climb inside. French archaeologist Madeleine Colani first brought international attention to these mysterious artifacts in the 1930s. Her initial surveys revealed something remarkable. The jars weren't randomly placed. They appeared to follow specific patterns, often positioned on ridges and hilltops with commanding views of the surrounding valleys. More intriguingly, many sites contained stone discs that seemed to serve as lids, though far fewer lids have survived than jars themselves. Kalani proposed what became known as the burial jar theory. She discovered human remains, burial goods, and cremated bones in and around many of the jars, leading her to conclude they were part of an elaborate funerary practice. According to her interpretation, bodies were placed in the jars to decompose before being cremated, with the bones then buried in nearby graves. The stone discs would have served as covers during this process. But here's where the mystery deepens. Recent archaeological work has challenged several aspects of Kalani's theory. When researchers from the University of Melbourne conducted extensive excavations between 2016 and 2019, they found that while some jars did contain human remains, others showed no evidence of ever being used for burial purposes. The placement patterns, too, seemed more complex than a simple cemetery arrangement. Dr. Dougald O'Reilly, who led the Australian team, made another puzzling discovery. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the jars revealed they were created over a span of several centuries, roughly between 500 BCE and 500 CE. This wasn't a single construction project or the work of one generation. Instead, it appears that different communities continued adding to these jar fields over nearly 1,000 years. The technical skill required to create these vessels raises additional questions. Each jar was carved from local sandstone, quartzite, granite, or limestone, using techniques that would have demanded considerable expertise. The interiors are smoothly hollowed out, the walls maintain consistent thickness, and many feature carefully carved rim decorations. Yet no evidence of the tools used to create them has ever been found. Local Lao legends offer their own explanations, speaking of a race of giants who once inhabited the region. According to these stories, the jars were used to brew and store Lao Lai, a potent rice wine, for celebrations following great military victories. The king of the giants, Kun Chung, supposedly used these vessels to provide refreshment for his armies after defeating his enemies. While folklore rarely provides literal historical truth, these stories hint at something important. The jars were significant enough to the people of this region to inspire lasting cultural memory. They weren't just utilitarian objects, but held special meaning that transcended their practical function. Modern analysis has revealed additional layers to the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected what appear to be subsurface chambers and structures around many jar sites. These hidden features suggest the visible jars might be only part of a much larger archaeological complex. Some researchers now theorize that the jar fields were components of elaborate ceremonial landscapes, perhaps related to ancestor worship or seasonal rituals. The chemical composition of residues found inside the jars has also provided intriguing clues. Spectroscopic analysis has detected compounds consistent with human decomposition, supporting the burial theory for some vessels. But other jars contain mineral deposits that suggest they held liquids for extended periods, possibly water or fermented beverages. One of the most haunting aspects of studying the plane of jars is what's missing from the archaeological record. Despite the obvious importance of these sites, virtually no contemporary written records describe their creation or use. The people who built them left no inscriptions, no explanatory texts, no artistic depictions of jar making or jar-related ceremonies. It's as if an entire civilization's most ambitious construction project was documented only in stone. The Vietnam War added another tragic dimension to the mystery. The Plain of Jars region became heavily bombed during the conflict, with unexploded ordnance still making many areas too dangerous for archaeological investigation. Some jar sites were damaged or destroyed, taking their secrets with them. Even today, researchers must work carefully around areas that haven't been fully cleared of unexploded munitions. Recent discoveries continue to complicate our understanding. In 2019, archaeologists announced the identification of several previously unknown jar sites, including one containing jars decorated with human figures carved in relief. These representational carvings were unlike anything found at other locations, suggesting either different cultural groups were involved in jar creation or that the practice evolved significantly over time. What emerges from decades of study is a picture of remarkable cultural continuity coupled with mysterious purpose. The Plain of Jars represents something unique in Southeast Asian archaeology, a monumental landscape created and maintained across centuries by people who left almost no other trace of their sophisticated society. Whether they were burial chambers, ceremonial vessels, storage containers, or something else entirely, these stone jars continue to guard their secrets. They stand as silent witnesses to human ambition and spiritual belief, their true purpose perhaps as mysterious today as it was when Madeline Kalani first encountered them nearly a century ago. The missing treasure of Oak Island. Three brothers digging for treasure in 1795 discovered something that would consume the next 2 centuries of human obsession. What they found beneath the earth of Oak Island wasn't gold or silver. It was evidence of an engineering feat so sophisticated that it turned a simple treasure hunt into one of history's most enduring puzzles. The Restall family learned this the hard way. In 1965, Robert Restall and his son Bobby descended into what locals call the money pit, following the same dream that had drawn dozens before them. Carbon monoxide from a generator above ground seeped into the shaft. Both father and son collapsed. When 2 workers rushed down to help, they too succumbed to the invisible killer. 4 men died that day, adding to a death toll that has shadowed Oak Island for generations. But the dying hasn't stopped the digging. If anything, it's intensified the mystery. Daniel McGinnis was just 16 when he rowed across Mahone Bay to Oak Island in the summer of 1795. Local legends spoke of strange lights flickering over the island at night, of ships' lanterns glimpsed through the mist where no ships should be. McGinnis found something far more tangible, a depression in the ground beneath an old oak tree, its branches scarred by rope burns. Above the depression, a tackle block hung from a severed limb. Someone had been here. Someone had dug deep and covered their tracks. McGinnis returned with friends Anthony Vaughan and John Smith. They began to dig. 2 feet down, they struck a layer of flagstones. 10 feet deeper, oak logs sealed the shaft. At 20 feet, more logs. Each barrier had been carefully placed, as if someone had anticipated exactly this moment, as if they had wanted to slow down but not stop whoever came looking. The pattern held. Every 10 feet, another oak platform. The precision was unsettling. This wasn't a hastily buried treasure. This was a deliberate construction, built by people who understood engineering principles that wouldn't be common knowledge for another century. Then came the flood. At 90 feet, the boys struck what they thought was another wooden platform. When they returned the next morning, 40 feet of water had risen in the shaft overnight. No matter how much they bailed, the water level remained constant. They had triggered something, a mechanism that had waited in darkness for over a century. The Onslow Company took over the dig in 1803. They reached 90 feet again and found something that changed everything. A stone tablet, covered in symbols that no one could read. The inscription, when finally translated decades later, allegedly read, 40 feet below, 2 million pounds lie buried. But when they dug those final 40 feet, they found only more water. The wooden platform they had struck the night before had vanished. Whatever lay beneath had fallen deeper into the earth, protected by a flood system that defied logical explanation. The engineering became more apparent with each failed expedition. The money pit wasn't simply a hole in the ground. It was connected to an elaborate network of flood tunnels that drew water from the nearby beach. When treasure hunters dug too deep, seawater would rush in through carefully constructed channels, filling the shaft faster than any pump could drain it. Franklin Roosevelt tried. Before he became president, young FDR invested in the Old Gold Salvage Company's 1909 expedition. They brought industrial equipment, steam pumps, and professional engineers. The island defeated them too. The water always won. In 1971, cameras lowered into the flooded depths captured something extraordinary. At 200 feet down, the lens revealed what appeared to be wooden chests, human bones, and a severed hand. The footage was grainy, inconclusive, but compelling enough to launch decades of new expeditions. The theories multiply with each discovery. Pirates, led by Captain Kidd or Blackbeard, engineering an elaborate vault for their most precious plunder. The Knights Templar, fleeing France with sacred artifacts and ancient treasures, creating a repository that would outlast kingdoms. British forces, hiding military payrolls from colonial rebels. Spanish conquistadors, secreting Aztec gold in the furthest reaches of their empire. Some suggest the treasure isn't gold at all. Perhaps it's knowledge, the lost manuscripts of Francis Bacon, proving he authored Shakespeare's plays, or religious artifacts that would rewrite Christian history. The Holy Grail itself, carried across the Atlantic by medieval knights who understood that the old world was dying. Oak Island offers evidence for all these theories and proof of none. Coconut fiber, found throughout the digging sites, speaks of tropical origins. Parchment fragments, discovered in the depths, hint at valuable documents. Lid cross pendants, unearthed from the island's swamps, bear markings consistent with medieval European craftsmanship. But the most compelling evidence is the engineering itself. The flood tunnel system required knowledge of hydraulics, understanding of soil mechanics, and access to substantial labor forces. This wasn't the work of a few desperate pirates burying their loot. This was a planned construction, executed by people who expected it to remain hidden for centuries. The Laguna brothers, Rick and Marty, have spent the last decade applying modern technology to the ancient mystery. Ground-penetrating radar, sonic drilling, archaeological precision. They've found traces of human activity dating back over 1,000 years. Medieval lead, ancient parchment, evidence of sophisticated metallurgy centuries before European settlement. Yet the treasure remains elusive. Each discovery raises more questions than it answers. The harder they dig, the deeper the mystery becomes. Perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the real treasure of Oak Island isn't gold or silver, but the questions themselves. The possibility that our understanding of history is incomplete, that ancient peoples were more sophisticated than we imagine, that secrets can survive in the earth far longer than civilizations survive above it. The island has claimed 7 lives so far. Local legend insists it will claim 1 more before revealing its secrets. But the 8th death may not be necessary. Sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved, not by digging deeper, but by stepping back and seeing the pattern that's been there all along. The treasure hunters keep coming. The island keeps its secrets, and somewhere, 200 feet beneath the surface, something waits in the darkness, protected by water and time and the stubborn silence of stone. The mystery of the lost colony of Roanoke. 118 people don't simply vanish into thin air, yet that's precisely what happened to the entire population of Roanoke Island in the late 16th century. When English ships returned to their fledgling colony after a 3-year absence, they found empty houses, scattered belongings, and a single word carved into a wooden post: Croatoan. The mystery begins in 1587, when artist and cartographer John White led 117 men, women, and children across the Atlantic to establish England's second attempt at permanent settlement in the New World. Among them was White's pregnant daughter Eleanor, who would soon give birth to Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. These weren't adventurers seeking quick riches, but families carrying household goods, farming tools, and dreams of building something lasting on the shores of what would become North Carolina. White's original plan called for the colonists to relocate from Roanoke Island to the Chesapeake Bay, where they'd establish their permanent settlement, but circumstances forced them to remain on Roanoke, a decision that would prove fateful. The island was small, resources were limited, and tensions with local Native American tribes ran high from previous English expeditions that had ended in violence and broken promises. By late August 1587, the colonists convinced White to return to England for supplies. It was meant to be a brief journey, a few months at most, but fate intervened in the form of the Spanish Armada. England's war with Spain made it impossible for White to secure passage back to his colony until 1590. 3 years passed while he fought desperately to return to his daughter and granddaughter. When White finally reached Roanoke Island on August 18, 1590, he found a settlement frozen in time. The houses had been carefully dismantled, not destroyed. Personal belongings were scattered about, but there were no signs of struggle, no bodies, no graves. The colonists had simply left. The only clues were 2 carvings, Croatan on a post and Caro on a nearby tree. According to the agreed-upon signal, if the colonists were forced to leave, they would carve their destination into wood. If they left under duress, they would include a Maltese cross. There was no cross. Croatoan was the English name for both a nearby island and the Native American tribe that lived there. The Croatoan people, led by Chief Manteo, had been relatively friendly to the English. White had every reason to believe his colonists had relocated there, seeking safety and resources. But when he attempted to sail to Croatoan Island, violent storms damaged his ship and forced him back to England. He would never return to search for his lost colony. The decades that followed brought occasional reports from other English expeditions about fair-haired, blue-eyed people living among Native American tribes in the region. Some claimed to have found European artifacts in Native American settlements. Others reported meeting indigenous people who spoke fragments of English or claimed English ancestry. But these accounts were scattered, often second-hand, and impossible to verify. Modern archaeological investigations have uncovered tantalizing evidence without providing definitive answers. Excavations at the original Roanoke site have revealed that the colonists' fort was indeed carefully dismantled, supporting the theory of planned relocation rather than sudden abandonment. Researchers have found European artifacts at several Native American sites throughout the region, including pieces of copper, iron tools, and pottery that could have belonged to the lost colony. In 2015, archaeologists discovered a 16th century ring bearing the family crest of Kendall, the surname of one of the Roanoke colonists. The ring was found at a Native American site, dozens of miles from Roanoke Island, suggesting at least some colonists traveled inland. Similar discoveries have been made at multiple locations, painting a picture of colonists who may have split into smaller groups and integrated with various Native American communities. DNA studies of modern residents in the region have provided another fascinating piece of the puzzle. Some families along the Lumber River, particularly among the Lumbee people, carry genetic markers consistent with English ancestry dating back to the late 16th century. These genetic traces appear in conjunction with family oral histories that speak of English ancestors who came from the water generations ago. The theory of assimilation makes historical sense. European colonists in the 16th century were entirely dependent on Native American knowledge for survival. The Croatoan and other regional tribes knew how to cultivate local crops, navigate seasonal changes, and avoid the diseases that often decimated European settlements. For struggling colonists facing starvation and isolation, integration with Native American communities may have been not just preferable, but essential. Yet questions remain. Why did the colonists leave no written records of their decision? Why were no European artifacts found at the original Croatoan island site? And why, if they successfully integrated with local tribes, did they leave no verifiable trace of their fate for subsequent English expeditions? Some historians propose a darker explanation. The late 16th century was a period of increasing tension between European colonists and Native American tribes. Previous English expeditions had committed acts of violence against local populations, and the Spanish were simultaneously establishing their own claims to the region. The colonists may have found themselves caught between competing interests, facing threats they couldn't overcome. Weather patterns provide another layer to the mystery. Tree ring data shows that the late 1580s brought severe drought to the region, the worst in nearly 800 years. This environmental crisis would have made survival extremely difficult for colonists who were still learning to adapt to their new environment. Drought may have forced their decision to leave Roanoke Island, but it also would have made their chances of survival elsewhere even more precarious. The lost colony of Roanoke represents more than just a historical puzzle. It embodies the fragility of early European attempts to establish permanent footholds in the Americas. These weren't conquistadors seeking gold, but ordinary families trying to build new lives in an unfamiliar world. Their disappearance reminds us how easily entire communities could vanish in an era when communication across the Atlantic took months, and survival depended on knowledge, cooperation, and luck. Virginia Dare, the first English child born in America, would have been 3 years old when the colony vanished. Her fate, like that of the other 117 colonists, remains unknown. Somewhere in the forests and waterways of North Carolina, the story of Roanoke may still be waiting to be discovered. The intrigue of the Tunguska event. At 7:14 in the morning on June 30th, 1908, something exploded over the remote Tunguska River basin in Siberia with the force of 1,000 atomic bombs. The blast flattened 80 million trees across an area larger than Rhode Island, yet left no crater, no fragments, no definitive explanation. What makes this event particularly haunting is the silence that followed. For nearly 2 decades, the world remained largely unaware that one of the most powerful explosions in recorded history had occurred on Earth. The remoteness of the taiga, combined with Russia's political upheavals, created a veil of isolation around what should have been front-page news across the globe. The first person to seriously investigate was Leonid Kulik, a Soviet mineralogist who didn't reach the site until 1927. What he found defied his expectations. Kulik had traveled there convinced he would discover fragments of a massive meteorite, perhaps valuable enough to justify the Soviet Union's investment in the expedition. Instead, he encountered something far more perplexing. The trees lay in a radial pattern, their trunks pointing away from a central location like the spokes of a cosmic wheel. At the very center of this devastation, strangely, some trees remained standing, stripped of their branches and bark, but still vertical. This pattern suggested an aerial explosion, not an impact. Yet if something had exploded in the atmosphere, what was it, and why did it leave no trace? Eyewitness accounts from the morning of the event paint a picture of biblical proportions. A Russian farmer named Semenov, sitting on his porch roughly 40 miles from the epicenter, reported being thrown from his chair by a blast of heat so intense he thought his shirt was on fire. He described seeing the northern sky split in half, with flames shooting across the heavens. In the town of Kirensk, 250 miles away, people reported windows shattering and buildings shaking. The seismic waves were recorded by monitoring stations across Europe and Asia. Atmospheric pressure changes circled the globe twice, detected by barometers as far away as England. Perhaps most unsettling were the atmospheric effects that followed. For weeks after the explosion, the skies across Europe and Western Asia glowed with an eerie luminescence. People in London could read newspapers by the strange twilight that persisted well into the night. In Stockholm, photographers discovered they could take pictures outdoors at midnight without flash powder. The theories about what caused the Tunguska event have evolved over more than a century, each attempting to explain the impossible combination of evidence. The most widely accepted scientific explanation involves a comet or asteroid exploding in the atmosphere, roughly 5 to 10 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Computer models suggest an object perhaps 60 meters in diameter, traveling at tens of kilometers per second, could have created the observed destruction pattern. Yet this explanation carries its own puzzles. If a space rock of that size exploded over Siberia, why have searches failed to find any conclusive fragments? Kulik's expeditions, followed by numerous others, have discovered microscopic particles that might be extraterrestrial in origin, but nothing definitive. The absence of a crater makes sense if the object never reached the ground, but the complete lack of substantial debris remains troubling. Some researchers have proposed more exotic explanations. The physicist Cesare Lattes suggested the explosion might have been caused by antimatter from space annihilating with terrestrial matter. While this would explain the complete absence of fragments, it raises questions about where such antimatter might originate and how it could have reached Earth in sufficient quantities. More controversial theories have emerged over the decades. In the 1940s, Russian science fiction writer Alexander Kazantsev suggested the explosion might have been caused by an alien spacecraft. While this idea gained little scientific support, it highlighted the genuine mystery surrounding the event's cause. If a conventional meteorite or comet explosion could create such effects, why hadn't similar events been better documented throughout history? The search for answers has revealed other intriguing aspects of the Tunguska event. Tree ring analysis shows that forest growth accelerated in the region following 1908, suggesting the explosion might have had unexpected environmental effects. Some researchers have proposed that the blast created a form of atmospheric fertilization, though the mechanism remains unclear. Geological surveys of the region have identified unusual formations that might be related to the explosion. Small, bowl-shaped depressions scattered across the area could represent secondary impacts from material ejected by the primary blast. However, their exact relationship to the 1908 event remains a subject of ongoing research. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Tunguska mystery is what it reveals about the vulnerability of our planet. If an object capable of such destruction could strike Earth with virtually no warning, what does this mean for our understanding of cosmic threats? The event occurred in one of the most sparsely populated regions of the world, but had it happened over a major city, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Modern scientists have used the Tunguska event as a case study for understanding asteroid and comet impacts. The SpaceGuard survey, designed to track potentially hazardous objects in space, was partially motivated by recognition that Tunguska-scale events might be more common than previously thought. Statistical analysis suggests similar explosions might occur every few centuries, making the 1908 event not a unique anomaly, but part of a pattern we're only beginning to understand. The persistence of the Tunguska mystery reflects something deeper about the nature of scientific inquiry. Despite more than a century of investigation, advanced technology, and numerous expeditions, we remain unable to definitively explain what happened over that remote Siberian forest. The event serves as a reminder that our planet exists within a cosmic environment full of forces we don't yet fully comprehend. Today, researchers continue to study the Tunguska site, using increasingly sophisticated techniques to analyze soil samples, tree rings, and atmospheric data. Each investigation adds pieces to the puzzle, yet the complete picture remains frustratingly elusive. The explosion that flattened millions of trees and lit up the skies of Europe continues to guard its secrets, a testament to the enduring power of the unknown. The riddle of the green children of Woolpit. 2 children emerged from wolf pits near the village of Woolpit in Suffolk, England, sometime during the 12th century. Their skin held an unnatural green hue, and they spoke words no one had ever heard before. The boy died within months, but the girl survived, learned English, and told a story that historians still debate today. This wasn't folklore whispered around medieval hearths. Ralph of Coggeshall, a respected chronicler of his time, documented the account alongside William of Newburgh, another historian whose works remain scholarly references centuries later. Both men treated the incident as fact, not fable. The children appeared during harvest season, discovered by reapers working the fields. They wore clothing of unfamiliar material and color, clinging to each other in obvious terror. When villagers approached, the children recoiled, speaking rapidly in their unknown tongue. Nothing about their appearance suggested they belonged to any known people of the region. Local residents brought them to the home of Sir Richard de Calne, a knight who governed the area. The household tried offering various foods, but the children refused everything until someone presented them with raw broad beans. They consumed these eagerly, as if finally recognizing something edible. For weeks, beans remained their only sustenance. The boy's health deteriorated rapidly. Medieval chroniclers described him as melancholic, unable to adapt to his new environment. He ate little beyond the beans and grew weaker each day. The girl, however, showed more resilience. She began accepting other foods, and as her diet expanded, something remarkable occurred. Her green complexion gradually faded to normal human coloring. Learning English took months, but as the girl's vocabulary grew, she shared details about their origin that challenged everything the villagers understood about the world. She claimed they came from a land called St. Martin's Land, where the sun never shone and twilight perpetually bathed the landscape in greenish light. According to her account, all inhabitants of this place possessed green skin like theirs. She described hearing distant bell sounds one day while tending her father's cattle with her brother. Following the sounds through caverns or tunnels, they eventually emerged into blinding sunlight, our world, where the reapers found them. The brightness overwhelmed them, and they couldn't find their way back to the entrance. The girl's description of St. Martin's Land included details that seemed to correspond with somewhere beyond normal geography. She spoke of a luminous country visible across a broad river, where more light existed than in her homeland. This place, she claimed, was populated by people who looked like the villagers of Woolpit. Some modern researchers have attempted rational explanations. The green coloring might have resulted from hypochromic anemia, a condition caused by malnutrition that can create a greenish skin tone. Children from nearby Flemish settlements, possibly orphaned during civil conflicts, could have survived on foraged plants, developing both the skin condition and limited knowledge of local languages. The Flemish theory gains traction when considering the broader beans. These were commonly cultivated in Flemish regions, which might explain why the children recognized them as food. Political upheavals of the 12th century displaced many communities, leaving children to fend for themselves in unfamiliar territories. Yet questions persist. How did these children reach Woolpit's wolf pits without anyone noticing their journey? The pits were designed specifically to trap wolves, positioned away from normal travel routes. If they were Flemish refugees, why couldn't the girl identify any familiar landmarks or explain their travels more conventionally? The linguistic element adds another layer of mystery. Medieval England hosted numerous languages: Norman French, Anglo-Saxon, various Germanic dialects, and regional British tongues. Educated members of Sir Richard's household would have recognized most European languages, yet none could identify what the children spoke. The girl's integration into medieval society followed a trajectory chroniclers found worth documenting. She eventually married, according to some accounts, and lived what appears to have been a normal life in the region. Her green coloring never returned, even during illnesses that might have triggered the anemia that supposedly caused the original condition. William of Newburgh, writing decades after the incident, expressed his own skepticism about supernatural explanations, while maintaining that the events occurred as described. His measured approach suggests that even contemporary observers found the story challenging to accept at face value, yet couldn't dismiss the documented evidence. The tale's persistence through centuries of scholarly scrutiny indicates something genuinely unusual happened at Woolpit. Either two children arrived under circumstances so extraordinary that rational explanation remains elusive, or medieval chroniclers collaborated in documenting an elaborate fiction, something that would have been highly unusual for historians of their caliber and era. Archaeological investigations near Woolpit have produced no evidence of unusual underground passages or hidden settlements that might explain the children's appearance. The landscape has been thoroughly documented, and no natural formations match the girl's description of the route they traveled. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect remains the girl's eventual silence about her origins. After sharing her initial account, she apparently never elaborated further on St. Martin's Land or her previous life. This restraint seems inconsistent with typical fabrication, where storytellers usually embellish details over time. The Green Children of Woolpit occupy a unique space in historical mystery, too well documented to dismiss as pure folklore, too strange to accept as conventional history. Their appearance in medieval England represents either an extraordinary convergence of unusual circumstances or evidence of something that doesn't fit our understanding of the possible. Whether they emerged from a parallel realm, survived conditions that created their unusual appearance, or represent something else entirely, the children stepped into recorded history and left questions that 8 centuries haven't resolved. Their story endures, not because it provides answers, but because it reminds us that even in our documented past, mysteries remain that challenge our assumptions about the world we think we know. The Zodiac Killer's coded messages. Between 1968 and 1969, 4 cryptograms arrived at Bay Area newspapers, each one signed with the same chilling symbol, a circle bisected by a cross. The Zodiac Killer had begun his war of words with the world, and 55 years later, we're still trying to decode what he was really saying. The first cipher contained 408 symbols. Students Donald and Betty Harden cracked it within a week, revealing a disturbing glimpse into the killer's mindset. "I like killing people because it is so much fun." But the message raised more questions than it answered. The killer claimed to be collecting slaves for his afterlife, yet gave no hint of his identity. 3 more cryptograms would follow, each one more complex than the last. What makes these codes so compelling isn't just their connection to unsolved murders, it's that they represent a different kind of evidence. Physical traces fade, witnesses forget, but mathematics and encryption create patterns that persist across decades. The Zodiac didn't just want to kill, he wanted to be understood. Yet his chosen method of communication has become his most enduring mystery. The second cipher, known as the 340, went unsolved for 51 years. When David Orenchak, Jarl Van Eyck, and Sam Blake finally broke it in 2020. The solution was both revelation and frustration. "I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me," the killer had written, along with something that might have been his name, or might have been another layer of misdirection. Each decryption reveals the Zodiac's sophisticated understanding of cryptography. He varied his methods, introduced deliberate errors, and seemed to anticipate the techniques that would be used against him. The third cipher, known as the 13-symbol message, remains completely unsolved. Its brevity makes it virtually impossible to crack using frequency analysis, yet the killer claimed it contained his name. But here's where the story becomes truly complex. Not every expert believes we're dealing with legitimate codes. Some symbols might be random, designed to waste investigators' time. Others could be fragments of a larger system we haven't recognized. The Zodiac demonstrated enough cryptographic knowledge to create genuinely challenging puzzles, yet also showed the psychological manipulation to create fake ones. David Orenchak, one of the cryptographers who solved the 340 cipher, spent years developing software to test millions of potential solutions. His work revealed something crucial. The killer's codes weren't just random symbols arranged to look mysterious. They followed specific mathematical patterns that required genuine skill to create. Yet even after decryption, they offered no clear path to identification. The fourth and final cipher arrived in 1974, 6 years after the first. By then, the Zodiac had claimed responsibility for at least 5 murders, though he suggested the actual number was much higher. This final message, known as the Exorcist Letter, contained no obvious cipher, but investigators have spent decades searching for hidden patterns within its rambling text. What haunts researchers most is the precision of the killer's earliest work. The 408 cipher wasn't just solvable, it was perfectly solvable. Every symbol had meaning, every substitution followed logical rules. This suggests someone with either formal training in cryptography or an exceptional natural aptitude for mathematical thinking. Yet the later ciphers became increasingly erratic, as if the killer was either losing his methodical approach or deliberately making the puzzles more difficult. FBI cryptanalysts have worked on these codes for decades, applying everything from basic frequency analysis to advanced computer modeling. The agency's Cryptanalysis and Racketeering Records Unit has maintained files on the Zodiac ciphers since 1969, treating them as active cases rather than historical curiosities. Yet even with access to classified decryption techniques, they've made no public progress on the remaining unsolved elements. The psychological profile that emerges from these communications is particularly disturbing. The Zodiac didn't just want to commit murder, he wanted to control the narrative around his crimes. By embedding his messages in codes, he forced the media and police to publicize his exact words, while simultaneously preventing immediate understanding of their meaning. It was manipulation at the highest level, using public curiosity about puzzles to amplify his psychological impact. Contemporary cryptographers have identified specific techniques in the Zodiac's work that suggest familiarity with military or intelligence encryption methods. The killer's use of homophonic substitution, where single letters could be represented by multiple symbols, was sophisticated for its time. His introduction of false patterns and null characters showed an understanding of counter-cryptanalysis that few civilians would have possessed in the 1960s. Yet the most unsettling aspect of these codes isn't their complexity, it's their humanity. Unlike machine-generated encryption, every symbol was placed by hand, each line written with specific intent. The killer's handwriting analysis reveals someone who took time with his correspondence, carefully forming each character. These weren't rushed messages sent in panic. They were deliberate communications from someone who enjoyed the process of creation. The ciphers also reveal something else. The Zodiac understood his audience. He knew that unsolved codes would generate more attention than plain text confessions. By creating puzzles that were solvable but not immediately obvious, he guaranteed that his words would be studied, shared, and discussed long after his murders stopped making headlines. Modern computing power has opened new possibilities for cryptanalysis, but also revealed new problems. Advanced algorithms can test millions of potential solutions quickly, but they can also create false positives, patterns that appear to be meaningful but are actually statistical coincidences. The shorter the cipher, the more likely it is that random chance will produce something that looks like a solution. The Zodiac's coded messages remain active FBI cases, their files marked with the same priority as contemporary investigations. Somewhere in those deliberate symbols, investigators believe, lies the key to one of America's most famous unsolved crimes. The killer went silent in 1974, but his mathematical legacy continues to challenge anyone who attempts to understand what he was really trying to say. Whether his identity lies hidden in those remaining symbols, or whether the codes themselves were just another layer of his elaborate deception, remains one of cryptography's most compelling mysteries. The legend of El Dorado, City of Gold. When Francisco Pizarro's conquistadors first heard whispers of El Dorado in the 1530s, they weren't listening to tales of a city at all. They were hearing about a man, a king who covered himself in gold dust and dove into a sacred lake as offerings of precious metals sank beneath the dark waters. But somehow, across centuries of retelling, that golden man became a golden city, and that golden city became the most elusive treasure hunt in human history. The original ceremony took place at Lake Guatavita, high in the Colombian Andes. The Muisca people had practiced this ritual for generations. Their new chief would coat his body in gold dust, then paddle to the center of the lake on a raft laden with emeralds and crafted gold. As the sun rose, he would dive into the cold mountain water, washing away the gold as his people threw their offerings after him. El Dorado meant the golden one, not a place, but a person. Spanish chroniclers documented these ceremonies with breathless fascination. They described golden figurines, intricate jewelry, and emerald-studded ornaments disappearing beneath Guatavita's surface. When the Spanish finally encountered the lake in 1537, they found a circular body of water nestled in what appeared to be a perfectly round crater. The indigenous people confirmed that yes, countless treasures lay at the bottom of this 100-foot deep lake. The Spanish immediately began attempts to drain it. In 1580, a merchant named Antonio de Sepulveda organized the first serious effort, cutting a notch in the lake's rim and lowering the water level by about 10 feet. They recovered gold figurines, emeralds, and ceremonial objects worth approximately 3,000 pesos, a fortune at the time. But the lake's muddy bottom proved treacherous, and workers kept getting trapped in the thick sediment. 3 centuries later, a Colombian company called Contractors Limited tried again. Between 1965 and 1967, they used more sophisticated pumping equipment and managed to lower the water level significantly. They recovered numerous gold artifacts, including a spectacular golden raft depicting the coronation ceremony itself. This piece, now housed in Bogotá's Gold Museum, shows figures arranged exactly as the Spanish had described, a central chief surrounded by attendants, all standing on a ceremonial vessel. But here's where the story becomes something far more complex than simple treasure hunting. As expeditions continued searching for physical gold, scholars began uncovering evidence that El Dorado represented something much deeper in indigenous culture. The Muisca people weren't just throwing away their wealth, they were participating in a sophisticated belief system that connected the earthly realm with the spiritual world. Archaeological evidence suggests that Lake Guatavita wasn't the only sacred water body used for these ceremonies. The Muisca and neighboring peoples had dozens of lakes, rivers, and springs where similar rituals took place. Spanish records describe ceremonies at Lake Ciecha, Lake Fuceni, and countless smaller bodies of water throughout the region. Each location had its own specific traditions, but all involved offerings of worked gold, emeralds, and other precious materials. What's remarkable is the sophistication of these gold-working techniques. The Muisca people had developed methods for creating incredibly detailed figurines, jewelry, and ceremonial objects that impressed even the Spanish, who had access to European metalworking technology. They used a technique called lost wax casting to create intricate three-dimensional figures, some no larger than a finger, others depicting entire ceremonial scenes. The golden raft recovered from Lake Guatavita demonstrates their mastery. Every figure has individually crafted features. The central chief wears a distinctive headdress, while attendants hold specific ceremonial objects. The raft itself shows detailed planking and decorative elements. This wasn't crude metalwork, it was high art created by master craftsmen. Spanish colonial records provide frustrating glimpses of just how much gold disappeared into these lakes. Governor Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada wrote in 1539 that the Muisca people possessed more gold than has ever been seen in the Indies. Chronicler Pedro Cieza de León described ceremonies where they cast into the lake great quantities of gold and precious stones, but the Spanish made a crucial error in their understanding of this wealth. They assumed the gold came from local mines, when in fact the Muisca people were primarily traders. They exchanged salt, textiles, and emeralds for gold produced by neighboring peoples. The Golden City, the Spanish imagined, was actually a sophisticated trade network spanning hundreds of miles across northern South America. Modern archaeological surveys have revealed the true extent of this network. Trade routes connected the Caribbean coast to the Amazon basin, carrying gold, emeralds, shells, and other precious materials. The Muisca people controlled crucial mountain passes and salt deposits, making them wealthy middlemen in this extensive commerce system. Recent underwater archaeology at Lake Guatavita has produced some unexpected findings. Divers have recovered not just gold and emeralds, but also ceramic vessels, textile fragments, and organic materials that provide new insights into these ceremonies. Carbon dating suggests the rituals continued for over 1,000 years, with the most elaborate ceremonies occurring during the centuries just before Spanish arrival. The lake's bottom contains distinct layers of offerings, suggesting that different chiefs added their own variations to the basic ceremony. Some layers contain primarily small gold figurines, others feature large ceremonial vessels, and still others include massive quantities of emeralds. The deepest layers, representing the earliest ceremonies, show different artistic styles and metalworking techniques. What's particularly intriguing is that similar ceremonial deposits have been found in lakes throughout Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador. The Lake Guatavita ceremony wasn't unique. It was part of a broader cultural pattern that connected dozens of indigenous groups across the northern Andes. Spanish records describe comparable rituals among the Tairona people near the Caribbean coast, the Quimbaya in the Cauca Valley, and various groups in what is now Venezuela. This broader context suggests that El Dorado was never really about a single golden city or even a single ceremony. It was about a worldview that saw precious metals and stones as bridges between the human and divine realms. The Spanish, focused on accumulating wealth, missed the deeper significance of what they were witnessing. Today, the Colombian government protects Lake Guatavita as a cultural heritage site. No further treasure hunting is permitted, and the lake's remaining secrets lie undisturbed beneath its dark waters. But the real treasure of El Dorado, the sophisticated culture that created these ceremonies, continues to reveal itself through careful archaeological work and scholarly research. The Golden Man still rests somewhere in those ancient waters, not as a person, but as a memory of a worldview that saw the sacred in ceremony, the divine in sacrifice, and the eternal in the depths of a mountain lake. The Beast of Gavaudan. Between 1764 and 1767, something stalked the hills of Gavaudan in south-central France. The attacks began with a young woman named Jeanne Boulet, found torn apart near the village of Les Ubacs. Within months, the deaths multiplied. Children vanished while tending sheep. Farmers discovered bodies drained of blood, bearing wounds no ordinary wolf could inflict. The creature's hunting patterns defied everything naturalists understood about predatory behavior. It showed no fear of humans, pursuing victims across open fields in broad daylight. Witnesses described an animal larger than any wolf, with reddish fur and a chest marked by white patches. Its jaws, they claimed, could crush a human skull with a single bite. Local hunters organized parties, scouring the rugged terrain of the Margaride Mountains. They found tracks, enormous paw prints that measured 6 inches across. The beast's stride suggested an animal of impossible size, yet it moved with the fluid grace of something built for killing. Traditional tracking methods failed repeatedly. The creature seemed to vanish into the landscape itself, leaving only death in its wake. Word of the attacks reached King Louis XV by the winter of 1764. The monarchy dispatched Captain Jean-Baptiste Duhamel, a professional wolf hunter, along with a regiment of soldiers. They spent months combing the forests, employing methods that had successfully eliminated wolf populations across France. Their efforts yielded nothing but frustration. The beast's intelligence troubled investigators most. It avoided poison baits, evaded carefully constructed traps, and seemed to anticipate human plans. Some attacks occurred simultaneously in locations miles apart, suggesting either supernatural speed or multiple creatures working in coordination. The pattern of kills grew more disturbing. The beast appeared to target specific individuals, ignoring easier prey to hunt particular victims across vast distances. Contemporary accounts describe encounters that challenge biological possibility. The creature allegedly survived direct gunshot wounds, including hits to the chest and head. Multiple witnesses reported seeing it continue attacking after receiving injuries that should have proven fatal. Marie-Jeanne Vallée, a young woman from Paul Hoc, claimed to have wounded the beast with a sharpened stick, drawing blood that steamed in the cold air. Dr. François Richeron, a physician who examined several victims, documented wounds unlike anything in his medical experience. The bite radius exceeded that of known predators. More puzzling, the creature showed apparent anatomical knowledge, targeting specific arteries and organs with surgical precision. Some bodies bore evidence of partial consumption, while others remained untouched after the kill, behavior that contradicted natural predator instincts. The beast's territory covered over 80 villages across 2 provinces. Its hunting range encompassed roughly 5,000 square miles of mountainous terrain, an area too vast for a single animal to patrol effectively. Local parish records document over 100 attacks during the 3-year period, with fatalities concentrated among women and children under the age of 20. Religious authorities interpreted the attacks as divine punishment for moral transgressions. The Bishop of Mende organized prayer vigils and processions, commanding villagers to examine their spiritual conduct. These measures provided psychological comfort, but failed to reduce the frequency of attacks. The creature's apparent immunity to holy intervention deepened the mystery surrounding its nature. In 1765, the Crown assigned Antoine de Beauterne, the royal gun-bearer, to resolve the crisis. De Beauterne possessed extensive experience hunting dangerous animals across Europe. He arrived with specialized equipment and a team of skilled trackers. After months of systematic searching, they allegedly killed a large wolf near the Abbey of Chazes. The carcass, measuring 6 feet from nose to tail, was transported to Versailles for royal inspection. King Louis XV declared the menace eliminated, but attacks resumed within weeks. The creature's return cast doubt on the identification of the killed animal. Some suggested de Beauterne had shot an ordinary wolf to satisfy political pressure, while the true beast remained at large. Jean Chastel, a local farmer, claimed to have ended the terror in June 1767. He described shooting an enormous wolf-like creature near Montmouchet, using bullets blessed by a priest. The animal's stomach allegedly contained human remains, including the remains of a young girl who had vanished weeks earlier. Chastel's account marked the final documented attack in the region. Modern cryptozoologists have proposed various explanations for the beast's identity. Some theories suggest an escaped exotic animal, perhaps a lion or hyena from a traveling menagerie. Others point to a rabid wolf pack, led by an unusually large alpha male. The time period coincides with the Little Ice Age, when harsh winters might have driven desperate animals to unusual behavior. DNA analysis of preserved specimens has yielded inconclusive results. Hair samples attributed to the beast show genetic markers consistent with wolves, but with unusual variations that don't match known European subspecies. The genetic anomalies could indicate crossbreeding with dogs, or they might represent a distinct population that has since vanished. Contemporary French naturalists documented the case with unprecedented thoroughness. Their records include detailed witness testimonies, measurements of tracks and wounds, and systematic cataloging of attack locations. This documentation provides researchers with more comprehensive data than exists for most historical animal incidents. The beast's legacy persists in Gévaudan's collective memory. Local museums display artifacts related to the attacks, including alleged fragments of the creature's hide and plaster casts of its tracks. Tourist routes follow the path of historical encounters, connecting sites where the beast claimed its victims. Some historians argue the entire episode represents mass hysteria, amplified by primitive communication methods. They suggest a series of separate wolf attacks became conflated into a single monster through repeated storytelling. This explanation struggles to account for the consistent physical descriptions provided by independent witnesses across different communities. The files related to the beast remain archived in France's national libraries. Recent scholars have uncovered correspondence between local officials and the royal court, revealing details about the investigation that weren't widely known. These documents suggest the crown possessed information about the creature's identity that was never made public. Whether the beast represented an unknown species, a genetic anomaly, or something beyond current scientific understanding remains an open question. The most thorough investigation of the 18th century failed to provide definitive answers. In the forests of Gévaudan, the mystery endures, waiting for someone to finally solve what 3 centuries of inquiry could not. The ghostly secrets of the Winchester house. When Sarah Winchester inherited a fortune built on weapons of war, she also inherited what many believed to be a terrible curse. The widow of William Winchester, heir to the Winchester rifle empire, would spend the next 38 years of her life in a relentless building project that defied all logic and reason. The Winchester Mystery House, as it came to be known, sprawls across 6 acres in San Jose, California, a 7-story maze of 160 rooms, 2,000 doors, and 10,000 windows. But these aren't the statistics that make this place extraordinary. It's the stairs that lead to ceilings, the doors that open onto walls, the windows built into floors, and the corridors that twist back upon themselves in impossible geometries. Every single day for nearly 4 decades, from 1884 until her death in 1922, Sarah Winchester directed an army of carpenters in round-the-clock construction. The hammering never stopped, the building never ceased, and according to local legend, neither did the seances that supposedly guided every nail, every board, every bewildering architectural decision. The official story speaks of a woman driven mad by grief and guilt, tormented by the spirits of those killed by Winchester rifles, building an endless house to confuse and trap the vengeful dead. But the deeper you dig into Sarah Winchester's life, the more complex and troubling the reality becomes. Sarah was no simple grieving widow. She was a highly educated woman, fluent in multiple languages, with a keen interest in mathematics and architecture. The Winchester fortune had made her one of the wealthiest women in America, with an inheritance that provided her with $1,000 a day for life, an astronomical sum in the 1880s. This wasn't a woman who had lost her grip on reality. This was someone with the resources and intelligence to pursue an obsession with methodical precision. The house itself tells a story that goes far beyond random construction. Hidden throughout the maze are intricate patterns based on the number 13, Sarah's apparent obsession. Staircases with 13 steps, rooms with 13 windows, 13 bathrooms, 13 gas jets in the chandeliers. But these aren't the random fixations of a disturbed mind. They're too consistent, too purposeful. In the Blue Room, a seance chamber where Sarah allegedly communicated with spirits each night, researchers have discovered acoustic properties that seem almost deliberately designed. Sounds behave strangely in this space. Whispers carry across the room, while normal conversation disappears into the walls. The room's dimensions and materials create an environment where small sounds become amplified while larger ones are absorbed. The Winchester house contains architectural features that wouldn't be invented for decades. Forced air heating systems, push-button gas lights, and indoor plumbing throughout a massive structure, innovations that placed it years ahead of its time. The building techniques used in its construction were so advanced that when the 1906 San Francisco earthquake struck, while neighboring buildings crumbled, the Winchester house suffered only minor damage despite its seemingly impossible design. Construction records, discovered in the 1970s, reveal something even more intriguing. The building's growth wasn't random at all. It followed a complex pattern that expanded outward in carefully planned phases. Rooms that seemed to serve no purpose were actually part of a larger design that becomes clear only when viewed from above. The house isn't a maze built by madness, it's a puzzle constructed by genius. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery came from acoustic engineers who studied the house in the 1980s. They found that the building's seemingly random layout creates a pattern of sound reflection that makes it nearly impossible to determine where voices are coming from. Someone speaking in one room might be heard clearly 3 rooms away, while someone in the next room remains completely inaudible. The architecture itself seems designed to create the illusion of ghostly voices. Sarah Winchester's personal papers, sealed for decades after her death, reveal a woman obsessed not with appeasing spirits, but with creating something that had never existed before. Her correspondence with architects and engineers shows detailed discussions about acoustic properties, optical illusions, and psychological effects of architectural space. She wasn't building a house to confuse ghosts, she was building a house to confuse the living. The seances that supposedly guided her construction may have been elaborate theater. Sarah was known to have studied the work of stage magicians and illusionists. The Winchester house contains dozens of hidden passages, secret rooms, and concealed observation points that would allow someone to appear and disappear at will. The very features that made it seem haunted could have been deliberately constructed to create that impression. Local records show that Sarah Winchester regularly hosted gatherings of San Francisco's intellectual elite. Writers, scientists, and inventors would spend days at the house, experiencing its strange effects firsthand. Some historians now believe the Winchester house wasn't the product of spiritual obsession, it was the world's first immersive psychological experiment. The question that haunts visitors today isn't whether the house is occupied by spirits, but whether Sarah Winchester's true purpose was far more sophisticated than anyone imagined. Did she spend 38 years building a monument to grief, or did she create something else entirely, a machine designed to alter human perception and experience? The Winchester house remains exactly as Sarah left it the day she died, still unfinished, still impossible to fully comprehend. Its 160 rooms continue to baffle visitors, its acoustic properties still defy easy explanation, and its true purpose remains locked in the mind of a woman who took her secrets to the grave. Those who claim to feel a presence in the house may have been right, but perhaps not in the way they believed. The presence that haunts the Winchester house isn't the spirit of Sarah Winchester, it's the lingering echo of an intelligence that understood something about the relationship between space and consciousness that we're still struggling to comprehend. In the end, the Winchester house stands as either the monument to madness that local legend describes, or as something far more extraordinary, the creation of a mind that saw possibilities the rest of us couldn't even imagine. The unsolved enigma of Area 51. For decades, the most classified military installation in the United States has operated under a name that officially doesn't exist. Area 51 appears on no public maps, receives no government acknowledgement, and until 2013, the CIA refused to confirm it was even real. Yet this 300-square-mile restricted zone in the Nevada desert has become the epicenter of our collective fascination with government secrets and extraterrestrial life. The story begins in 1955, when the CIA needed a testing ground so remote that experimental aircraft could fly without prying eyes. They found it in Groom Lake, a dry lakebed surrounded by mountains, where the U-2 spy plane would take its first secret flights. What started as a practical solution to Cold War espionage needs would evolve into something far more mysterious. The facility's existence remained hidden until aerospace engineer Bob Lazar stepped forward in 1989 with claims that would forever change Area 51's legacy. Lazar insisted he had worked at a subsidiary site called S4, reverse engineering alien spacecraft for the US military. His detailed descriptions of flying saucers powered by element 115, a substance unknown to science at the time, captivated the public imagination. Element 115 wouldn't be synthesized in laboratories until 2003, lending unexpected credibility to Lazar's earlier claims. Yet his employment records vanished, his educational credentials couldn't be verified, and the scientific community largely dismissed his story. The questions surrounding Lazar's testimony remain as divisive today as they were 3 decades ago. The secrecy surrounding Area 51 extends beyond potential alien technology. Declassified documents reveal that many UFO sightings in the 1950s and 1960s were actually classified military aircraft being tested above Nevada. The U-2, A-12, and F-117 Nighthawk all conducted their early flights from this hidden base, their unusual shapes and flight patterns easily mistaken for otherworldly visitors. But this explanation raises new questions. If the government was willing to let UFO hysteria flourish to protect military secrets, what else might they be concealing? The facility's extreme security measures suggest projects far beyond conventional aircraft testing. Motion sensors, armed guards, and restricted airspace create a fortress of secrecy that seems excessive for conventional military operations. Former workers who've spoken publicly describe a compartmentalized environment where employees knew only fragments of larger projects. Janet Airlines, an unmarked fleet that transports workers from Las Vegas to the facility, operates like a ghost airline. Its passengers sign extensive non-disclosure agreements and work in buildings with no windows, emerging only at shift's end to board the return flight. The base's official designation as a detachment of Edwards Air Force Base in California allows it to operate with unusual autonomy. Congressional oversight remains limited, and even senators with top-secret clearances have been denied access to certain areas. This institutional opacity has persisted through multiple administrations, suggesting that whatever happens at Area 51 transcends typical political boundaries. Recent developments have only deepened the mystery. In 2017, the Pentagon acknowledged the existence of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, a classified initiative that investigated UFO encounters by military personnel. The program's existence, combined with the Navy's release of videos showing unidentified aerial phenomena, has lent new credibility to questions about extraterrestrial technology. The timing feels significant. After decades of denial and ridicule, why would the military suddenly acknowledge these encounters? Some researchers suggest this represents disclosure by degrees, a gradual preparation for revelations that would have seemed impossible just years ago. Others argue it's a calculated misdirection, designed to distract from conventional military capabilities. Physical evidence remains frustratingly elusive. While countless photographs claim to show alien craft or secret aircraft, none have provided definitive proof. The facility's remote location and sophisticated countermeasures make unauthorized documentation nearly impossible. Even satellite imagery reveals only generic hangars and runways, offering no clues about what might be hidden inside. The psychological impact of Area 51's secrecy may be as significant as its actual activities. The human mind struggles with information gaps, filling unknowns with speculation and imagination. A classified military base becomes a repository for our deepest questions about humanity's place in the universe. A concrete location where abstract possibilities seem tantalizingly real. Local communities have adapted to living beside this enigma. The town of Rachel, Nevada, embraces its proximity to Area 51, with alien-themed businesses and annual UFO festivals. Yet residents also report strange lights, unusual aircraft, and sonic booms that shake their homes. These accounts, coming from people who live with the base's presence daily, carry a weight that casual UFO sightings often lack. The economics of secrecy surrounding Area 51 involve billions in taxpayer funding with minimal oversight. Black budget programs, by their nature, resist conventional accountability measures. The facility's projects may serve legitimate national security interests, but the public remains unable to evaluate whether their investment is justified or wasteful. International intelligence agencies have undoubtedly attempted to penetrate Area 51's secrets. The facility's very existence represents a challenge to foreign powers seeking to understand American military capabilities. Yet no credible intelligence leaks have emerged, suggesting either exceptional security or perhaps less dramatic activities than conspiracy theorists imagine. The base continues to expand, with new construction visible in satellite imagery. Modern hangars appear designed to accommodate aircraft larger than anything in the acknowledged U.S. fleet. These developments suggest that Area 51 remains active in ways that extend beyond historical testing programs. What emerges from decades of speculation and investigation is a facility that exists at the intersection of legitimate military secrecy and profound human curiosity about our place in the cosmos. Area 51 may house revolutionary aircraft, extraterrestrial technology, or something else entirely. The truth, whatever it might be, remains locked behind security barriers that have proven impenetrable for nearly 70 years. The mystery endures because it touches something deeper than simple curiosity about government secrets. It represents our collective wonder about what lies beyond our current understanding, and whether we truly stand alone in the universe. The legend of the crystal skulls. In the basement of the British Museum, a collection of crystalline skulls sits behind protective glass, their hollow sockets reflecting fluorescent light with an almost hypnotic gleam, each one carved from a single piece of quartz, polished to an impossible perfection that seems to challenge everything we understand about pre-Columbian technology. These artifacts emerged from the shadows of history during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, arriving in museums and private collections with stories as fragmentary as morning mist. The British Museum's specimen appeared in 1898, purchased from Tiffany & Company in New York. The Smithsonian acquired theirs in 1960, donated by an anonymous benefactor who claimed it originated from Mexico. But perhaps the most famous of all belonged to British explorer Frederick Mitchell Hedges, who insisted his adopted daughter Anna discovered it in 1924 within the ruins of Louboutin, a Mayan city in what is now Belize. Anna Mitchell Hedges would later describe the moment she spotted something glinting in the rubble. According to her account, she was celebrating her 17th birthday when she noticed the object wedged beneath a collapsed altar. The local Mayan workers, she claimed, fell to their knees in reverence when the skull was fully excavated. They called it the Skull of Doom and insisted it had been used by high priests to will death upon enemies. The skull Anna found possesses an anatomical accuracy that borders on the supernatural. Every bone structure, every curve and ridge mirrors human anatomy with scientific precision. Most remarkably, the lower jaw was carved as a separate piece, allowing it to move independently from the cranium. Under certain lighting conditions, the skull seems to glow from within, as if harboring some internal luminescence, but the Mitchell Hedges skull is only the most celebrated member of what researchers now call the crystal skull phenomenon. At least 13 major specimens have surfaced over the past century, each carrying its own mythology and each raising identical questions about their origins. The technical challenges of creating these artifacts cannot be overstated. Crystal, unlike stone or metal, cannot be carved with traditional tools. The material's molecular structure makes it incredibly difficult to work with using anything but the most advanced modern equipment. Contemporary crystal workers estimate that creating a skull of this complexity and precision would require several years of continuous work, even with diamond-tipped tools and high-speed rotary devices. Yet according to carbon dating and trace analysis, at least some of these skulls show signs of great age. The patina, the microscopic wear patterns, the way the crystal has responded to centuries of handling, these details suggest authenticity that extends far beyond modern fabrication capabilities. Dr. Jane McLaren Walsh, an anthropologist at the Smithsonian, spent decades studying these artifacts. Her research revealed tool marks on several skulls that could only have been made by modern rotary instruments, suggesting 19th or 20th century origins. But even Walsh acknowledges that her findings don't account for every specimen, and she admits that some skulls display characteristics that remain difficult to explain. The legends surrounding these artifacts extend far beyond their technical mysteries. Indigenous traditions from across Mesoamerica speak of a time when 13 crystal skulls will be reunited, triggering either global enlightenment or catastrophic change. These prophecies, documented by anthropologists working with various Maya, Aztec, and other indigenous groups, describe the skulls as repositories of ancient knowledge, each one containing fragments of humanity's lost wisdom. Some researchers have suggested that the skulls might be repositories of information, encoded in ways we haven't yet learned to decode. The crystal's molecular structure, they argue, could theoretically store vast amounts of data, similar to how modern computer crystals hold information. Whether ancient civilizations possessed the technology to encode such data remains pure speculation, but the possibility adds another layer to the mystery. The skull's discovery patterns also raise intriguing questions. Why did these artifacts begin appearing in the late 1800s and early 1900s? Why were they concentrated in specific geographic regions? And why do the stories of their discovery often involve similar elements: ruins, collapsed structures and native peoples who apparently recognized their significance immediately. Eugene Bobin, a French antiquarian operating in Mexico during the 1860s, appears connected to several of the skull's origin stories. His shop in Mexico City became a hub for pre-Columbian artifacts, and several researchers have traced multiple crystal skulls back to his inventory. Whether Bobin was selling authentic ancient artifacts or commissioning modern reproductions remains unclear, but his name appears too frequently in the skull's provenance to ignore. The most unsettling aspect of the crystal skull phenomenon might be the personal accounts of those who have worked closely with them. Anna Mitchell Hedges, until her death in 2007, insisted her skull possessed supernatural properties. She claimed it could induce visions, affect electronic equipment, and even influence the behavior of those who spent time in its presence. Other custodians of crystal skulls have reported similar experiences: unexplained phenomena, vivid dreams, and a sense of being watched by something ancient and aware. Modern scientific analysis has revealed that at least some of the skulls contain trace elements that don't match any known crystal deposits in the Americas. The specific composition suggests origins in Madagascar or Brazil, regions that had no contact with pre-Columbian civilizations. This finding either supports the theory that the skulls are modern fabrications created from imported materials, or suggests that ancient civilizations possessed trading networks far more extensive than previously imagined. The crystal skulls continue to resist easy categorization. They exist in that liminal space between archaeological artifact and modern mystery, between scientific analysis and spiritual belief. Whether they represent the remnants of a lost civilization's technology, the products of 19th century craftsmen, or something else entirely, they continue to challenge our understanding of human history and capability. In museums and private collections around the world, these crystalline enigmas continue their silent vigil, their empty sockets reflecting not just light, but the countless questions that surround their existence. The truth about their origins remains as elusive as the civilizations that may have created them, locked within the molecular structure of crystal that has preserved its secrets for far longer than human memory. The curious case of D.B. Cooper. On a gray November evening in 1971, a man in a business suit approached the Northwest Orient counter at Portland International Airport. He bought a ticket under the name Dan Cooper, though the press would later mistakenly call him D.B. Cooper, the name that stuck. What happened next would become the only unsolved case of air piracy in American history. Flight 305 was routine until Cooper handed flight attendant Florence Schaffner a note claiming he had a bomb. She initially dismissed it as another unwanted advance from a passenger, but Cooper's calm insistence made her look again. Inside his briefcase, she glimpsed red cylinders, wires, and what appeared to be dynamite. Cooper wasn't agitated or threatening. He spoke quietly, politely, like a man conducting ordinary business. The aircraft circled Seattle. While Cooper's demands were met, $200,000 in $20 bills and 4 parachutes. When the plane landed, Cooper released the 36 passengers, keeping several crew members aboard. Then he did something that still baffles investigators. He ordered the pilot to fly toward Mexico City at low altitude and reduced speed, configurations that would maximize fuel consumption and limit range. Somewhere over the dense forests of southwestern Washington, on a stormy November night, Cooper lowered the aft stairs of the Boeing 727 and jumped into complete darkness. He wore only a business suit and a thin tie, carrying the money in a canvas bag. The temperature outside was 7 degrees below zero, rain mixed with snow. The terrain below was mountainous wilderness, nearly impenetrable even in daylight. Cooper vanished so completely that decades of investigation have yielded more questions than answers. The FBI's case file spans 45 years and thousands of pages. They've pursued over 800 suspects, analyzed hundreds of pieces of evidence, and explored theories ranging from the plausible to the extraordinary. Yet Cooper's identity remains unknown, his fate undetermined. What makes this case particularly intriguing is how much Cooper seemed to know about aviation. He requested specific flight configurations that suggested intimate knowledge of the Boeing 727. He knew the aircraft's capabilities, understood its limitations, and demonstrated familiarity with parachuting procedures. This wasn't an impulsive crime, it showed careful planning and technical expertise. The money itself tells a fascinating story. The bills carried specific serial numbers, meticulously recorded by the FBI. Despite decades of monitoring banks and businesses, only a small fragment of the ransom has ever surfaced. In 1980, a young boy found deteriorating $20 bills along the Columbia River, their serial numbers matching Cooper's ransom, but the bills raised more questions than they answered. How did they get there? Why were they so badly deteriorated? Where was the rest of the money? Theories about Cooper's fate divide into two camps: those who believe he survived, and those convinced he died during or shortly after the jump. The survival theory argues that Cooper's knowledge suggested military or aeronautical training, possibly making him capable of surviving the jump despite adverse conditions. Proponents point to the careful planning, the specific demands, and the apparent expertise he displayed. The death theory emphasizes the brutal conditions Cooper faced, jumping at night in a business suit during a storm over mountainous terrain with no knowledge of exact location. These factors suggest survival was nearly impossible. The deteriorated money found years later might represent the only remains of Cooper's adventure, scattered by natural forces after his death. Kenneth Christensen, a Northwest Orient employee, emerged as a particularly compelling suspect. He possessed the aviation knowledge, had access to flight information, and bore a striking resemblance to Cooper's description. Robert Rackstraw, a Vietnam veteran and experienced parachutist, also drew significant attention. His military background and criminal history seemed to fit the profile investigators developed, but each suspect ultimately failed to provide definitive answers. DNA evidence from Cooper's tie couldn't be matched conclusively to any candidate. Witness descriptions varied in crucial details. The physical evidence remained frustratingly inconclusive. The FBI officially suspended active investigation in 2016, though they stated they would review any significant physical evidence that emerged. Their conclusion suggested Cooper probably didn't survive the jump, but they acknowledged the mystery might never be solved definitively. What's remarkable about the Cooper case is how it captured public imagination. Unlike other criminals, Cooper became a folk hero, polite, non-violent, and seemingly motivated by the challenge rather than malice. He didn't harm anyone, thanked the crew for their cooperation, and even ordered bourbon and soda while waiting for his demands to be met. In an era of social upheaval and anti-establishment sentiment, Cooper represented a romantically defiant figure. The case also highlighted vulnerabilities in aviation security that seem almost quaint by today's standards. In 1971, passengers could board aircraft without identification, carry-on bags weren't searched, and security measures were minimal. Cooper's crime prompted significant changes in airline security protocols, making similar hijackings virtually impossible. Modern investigators have used advanced techniques to re-examine evidence. Computer modeling analyzed Cooper's probable flight path and landing zone. Metallurgical analysis of particles found on his tie suggested he worked in aerospace or chemical industries, but these technological advances have only deepened the mystery, providing new details without revealing Cooper's identity. The Cooper case endures because it represents something beyond ordinary crime. It's a puzzle that challenges our need for resolution, a story that refuses to end properly. Cooper stepped into that stormy night and disappeared so completely that he became more legend than man, more question than answer. Somewhere in the forests of Washington, evidence of Cooper's fate might still lie waiting. Maybe scattered bones, maybe deteriorated parachute fabric, maybe nothing at all. The wilderness keeps its secrets well, and Cooper's greatest achievement might be joining that silence permanently. The FBI's case files remain open to significant new evidence. The serial numbers of Cooper's money are still monitored, and people still wonder, who was Dan Cooper, and what happened to him after he jumped into the darkness? The answer, like the man himself, remains lost in the storm. Puzzling patterns of crop circles. 3 researchers working independently across different continents documented the same phenomenon in 1991. Crop circles were appearing at an exponential rate, with over 300 reported formations that summer alone. Yet the more scientists studied these geometric patterns pressed into wheat, barley, and corn, the deeper the mystery became. The formations arrive without warning, materializing between sunset and sunrise in fields across England, Canada, Japan, and dozens of other countries. Farmers wake to find their crops transformed into intricate mandalas, complex mathematical spirals, and symbols that seem to follow principles of sacred geometry. The plants aren't broken or damaged, they're bent at precise angles, woven together in patterns that would challenge the most skilled landscape artist. Dr. Nancy Talbot spent 2 decades analyzing crop circle sites for the BLT research team, collecting plant samples and soil specimens from hundreds of formations. Her findings consistently revealed cellular changes in the affected crops, elongated growth nodes, expulsion cavities in the plant stems, and crystalline deposits in the soil that shouldn't exist under normal circumstances. The plants showed signs of having been exposed to intense, brief heat sources, yet there was no evidence of burning or conventional heating methods. The Milk Hill Formation of 2001 remains perhaps the most ambitious example ever documented. Stretching across 12 acres of Wiltshire countryside, this single design contained 409 individual circles arranged in a perfect spiral pattern. Mathematical analysis revealed the formation followed the golden ratio with extraordinary precision. The creation would have required surveying equipment, detailed planning, and dozens of skilled workers operating in complete darkness, yet no one reported seeing or hearing anything unusual during the night it appeared. Skeptics point to the work of Doug Bower and Dave Chorley, 2 British men who claimed responsibility for creating hundreds of crop circles using nothing more than planks, rope, and garden tools. Their 1991 demonstration showed how simple formations could be made by flattening crops in circular patterns. However, their crude recreations bore little resemblance to the complex geometric designs that continued appearing after their confession. The tools they described couldn't account for the precise plant weaving, the undamaged root systems, or the microscopic changes documented in authentic formations. The phenomenon extends far beyond simple hoaxes. Electromagnetic anomalies frequently accompany crop circle appearances. Compasses spin wildly within the formations. Electronic equipment malfunctions, and aircraft instruments fail when flying overhead. Multiple witnesses have reported seeing strange lights hovering over fields on nights when circles later appeared. These lights don't behave like conventional aircraft or weather phenomena, moving in patterns that suggest intelligence and purpose. Colin Andrews, who coined the term crop circle in the 1980s, documented over 3,000 formations during his career as a lead researcher. His analysis revealed that authentic circles, those displaying the complex plant changes and geometric precision, often appear near ancient sites like Stonehenge, Avebury, and other megalithic monuments. The connection suggests something deeper than random occurrence, as if the formations are drawn to locations where human civilizations once gathered for unknown purposes. The designs themselves tell a story that conventional explanations struggle to address. Early formations from the 1960s and 70s were simple circles and rings. By the 1990s, they had evolved into pictographs depicting DNA helixes, astronomical alignments, and mathematical theorems. The 2002 Crabwood Formation near Winchester included what appeared to be a coded message in 8-bit binary format alongside the image of a face. When decoded, the message read, "Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises." Japanese researcher Masao Maki has cataloged over 200 formations appearing in rice paddies throughout Asia, many displaying symbols that correspond to ancient Buddhist and Hindu iconography. The precision required to create these designs in flooded rice fields would exceed even the most elaborate hoaxing attempts, yet local farmers consistently report the same overnight appearances with no human activity observed. Laboratory analysis of affected plants reveals perhaps the most compelling evidence. Biophysicist Dr. William Levengood's research showed that crops from authentic formations contained microscopic iron spheres and crystalline structures that form only under intense magnetic fields. The cellular changes in the plants matched those seen in specimens exposed to microwave radiation, suggesting an energy source that current human technology cannot easily replicate in field conditions. The pattern of appearances adds another layer of mystery. Crop circles emerge most frequently during the months of June through September, coinciding with the growing season when crops reach their optimal height. However, formations have been documented in snow, sand, and even frozen fields during winter months. The global distribution suggests coordination beyond what any single group of hoaxers could achieve, yet no organization has claimed responsibility for the worldwide phenomenon. Weather conditions during formation nights show consistent anomalies. Meteorological data from formation sites reveals unusual atmospheric pressure readings, electromagnetic disturbances, and temperature variations that don't match regional weather patterns. Local wildlife behavior changes dramatically. Birds avoid the areas for weeks after formations appear, and livestock refuse to enter the affected fields. The mathematical precision embedded in many formations continues to baffle researchers. The 1996 Julia Set formation near Stonehenge accurately depicted a complex fractal pattern that would require advanced computer modeling to generate. The formation appeared during broad daylight in a field visible from a major highway, yet hundreds of passing motorists reported no unusual activity. Recent developments in formation analysis have revealed even more sophisticated patterns. Ground-penetrating radar shows that many circles extend below surface level, with the geometric patterns continuing into the soil structure itself. This discovery eliminates the possibility of surface-level creation using traditional methods, suggesting forces that operate at deeper levels of the environment. The phenomenon persists despite decades of investigation, technological advances, and determined debunking efforts. Each season brings new formations that push the boundaries of complexity and precision. The patterns seem to evolve, responding to human attention and scientific scrutiny with increasingly elaborate displays. Whether these formations represent messages from unknown intelligences, manifestations of natural forces we don't yet understand, or something else entirely, they continue to appear in fields around the world. The crops bend, the patterns emerge, and the mystery deepens with each passing season. The unyielding quest for the Ark of the Covenant. 3 Ethiopian priests have stood guard over the same stone chapel for decades, claiming to protect the most sacred artifact in human history. Only one man at a time is permitted to see what lies within, and he can never leave the compound again. When asked what they're guarding, they give the same answer their predecessors have given for over 1,000 years: the Ark of the Covenant. The artifact that once held the stone tablets inscribed by the finger of God has vanished from historical record, leaving behind only whispers, theories, and an Ethiopian Orthodox Church that insists they possess the real thing. Yet no outsider has verified their claim. No photograph exists. No scientific analysis has been permitted. The Ark's disappearance represents more than a missing religious relic. According to biblical accounts, this golden chest possessed powers that could level city walls, strike down those who touched it without permission, and serve as a direct communication device between Moses and the divine. The Israelites carried it for 40 years through the wilderness, and it resided in Solomon's temple for centuries before vanishing without explanation. The last certain biblical reference places the Ark in Solomon's temple around 950 BCE. The next definitive mention doesn't exist. Somewhere between the height of Israel's power and the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem in 586 BCE, the most important artifact in Jewish history simply disappeared. King Nebuchadnezzar II's forces cataloged everything they looted from the temple with meticulous precision: gold vessels, silver implements, ceremonial items, all documented. The Ark of the Covenant appears nowhere in these records. Either the Babylonians considered it too insignificant to mention, which seems impossible given its central importance, or it was no longer there when they arrived. This absence has generated theories spanning continents and centuries. Some scholars propose that priests smuggled the Ark south to Egypt, following ancient trade routes that had connected the kingdoms for generations. Others suggest it was hidden in a secret chamber beneath the Temple Mount, waiting for the right moment to resurface. The Ethiopian claim deserves serious attention, despite its extraordinary nature. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintains that the Queen of Sheba traveled to Jerusalem around 950 BCE, had a relationship with King Solomon, and returned to Ethiopia with both his child and the Ark. They claim their first emperor, Menelik I, was Solomon's son and legitimate heir to the Ark. Western scholars typically dismiss this as legend, but the Ethiopian Church has maintained this position with remarkable consistency for over 1,500 years. The Kibra Nagast, or Glory of the Kings, written in the 14th century but claiming much older sources, details how the Ark came to rest in the ancient city of Axum. The current guardian, like his predecessors, was chosen as a young man to spend his entire life protecting the Ark. He lives in a small compound next to the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, emerging only for specific ceremonies. When journalists ask about his experience, he speaks of daily prayers before the Ark, of feeling its presence, of a responsibility that transcends personal existence. But other theories persist with equal determination. French archaeologist Charles Clermont-Ganneau spent decades searching for underground chambers beneath Jerusalem's Temple Mount. He believed the Ark was hidden in a complex network of tunnels that predated Solomon's temple. His excavations were halted by Ottoman authorities, but modern ground-penetrating radar has revealed extensive hollow spaces beneath the site. The Templars, those mysterious medieval knights, spent nearly 2 centuries with unlimited access to the Temple Mount. Some historians suggest they discovered the Ark during their secretive excavations and transported it to Europe. This theory gained attention when researchers found unexplained Hebrew inscriptions in Templar sites across France and Scotland. Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland contains stone carvings that some interpret as depicting the Ark. The chapel's builder, William Sinclair, had documented connections to Templar traditions. More intriguingly, the chapel includes architectural elements that mirror descriptions of Solomon's temple, as if the builders possessed detailed knowledge of the original structure. Then, there's the Ethiopian evidence beyond religious claims. The Beta Israel, Ethiopian Jews who practiced ancient forms of Judaism for centuries in isolation, maintained traditions that included detailed knowledge of the Ark's construction and ceremonial use. Their practices, studied by anthropologists since the 1950s, included elements that matched biblical descriptions with startling accuracy. Carbon dating of textiles from Ethiopian monasteries has revealed fibers that predate the accepted arrival of Christianity in Ethiopia. Some of these textiles contain gold thread worked in patterns that mirror biblical descriptions of the Ark's decorative elements. The implications are tantalizing, though far from conclusive. Archaeological evidence from Yemen and southern Arabia suggests extensive trade networks connected East Africa with ancient Israel. Genetic studies of Ethiopian populations have revealed Middle Eastern ancestry dating to the approximate period of the Queen of Sheba's supposed journey. While this doesn't prove the Ark's presence, it establishes that the journey was historically possible. The silence is perhaps most intriguing. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church could easily settle the matter by allowing scientific examination. They could permit photographs, carbon dating, or detailed documentation. Their refusal suggests either absolute confidence in their claim or awareness that investigation would undermine it. Israeli archaeologists have proposed that the Ark was destroyed during the Babylonian conquest, its gold melted down, and its wood burned. This practical explanation accounts for its absence from looting records, but it fails to explain why such an important event went unrecorded by Jewish historians who documented lesser tragedies in careful detail. The search continues through satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and careful analysis of ancient texts. New technologies reveal previously hidden chambers beneath religious sites. Ancient manuscripts surface in private collections, sometimes containing references to the Ark's fate that scholars hadn't seen before. Whatever the truth, the Ark of the Covenant remains one of history's most compelling mysteries. Its disappearance represents something deeper than a missing artifact. It embodies humanity's relationship with the divine, the power of faith, and the enduring human need to connect with something greater than ourselves. The Ethiopian guardian continues his watch, as his predecessors have for centuries, protecting either the most sacred relic in human history or maintaining one of the world's longest-running mysteries. Until that chapel door opens, we can only wonder what secrets rest in the highland shadows of ancient Axum. The uncharted depths of the Mariana Trench. When Victor Vescovo descended 35,843 feet into the Challenger Deep in 2019, he expected to find a barren landscape of crushing darkness. Instead, his lights illuminated something that shouldn't exist at those depths: a plastic bag, floating silently in the deepest point on Earth. But that wasn't the strangest thing he encountered down there. The Mariana Trench stretches across the Pacific floor like a wound in the planet itself, deeper than Mount Everest is tall, holding secrets that challenge everything we thought we knew about life, geology, and perhaps even the nature of our world. At these crushing depths, where the pressure reaches over 1,000 times what we experience at sea level, life not only survives, it thrives in ways that seem to mock our understanding of biology. The first hints that something extraordinary lurked in these depths came in 1960, when Swiss engineer Jacques Piccard and U.S. Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh made their historic descent in the bathyscaphe Trieste. As they reached the deepest point humans had ever ventured, their lights revealed something moving in the sediment below. They reported seeing what appeared to be a flatfish, impossibly alive in conditions that should have crushed any known life form. The scientific community dismissed their observation as debris or equipment shadows, but Piccard remained convinced until his death that they had witnessed life in Earth's most extreme environment. For decades, the Mariana Trench remained largely unexplored, a vast abyss that represented one of the last true frontiers on our planet. The technical challenges were staggering. The pressure at the bottom equals the weight of 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square meter. The temperature hovers just above freezing, and the darkness is absolute, unbroken by any hint of sunlight. Then, in the 1990s, advances in deep-sea technology began to reveal the trench's true nature. Robotic submersibles equipped with high-definition cameras and sophisticated sensors started documenting an ecosystem that seemed to exist in defiance of known physical laws. Strange, translucent creatures with no eyes drifted through the water column. Microbes thrived in conditions that would instantly kill surface life, and perhaps most mysteriously, sounds began to emerge from the depths that defied explanation. The most unsettling discovery came in 2016, when researchers detected what they called bio-twang, a metallic, otherworldly sound that seemed to originate from the deepest parts of the trench. The sound pattern didn't match any known marine life or geological activity. It pulsed with an almost rhythmic quality, leading some researchers to wonder if they were hearing something artificial or something that challenged our very definition of natural phenomena. Dr. Patricia Fryer, a marine geologist who has spent decades studying the trench, made an observation that continues to puzzle the scientific community. During a 2014 expedition, her team's equipment registered massive temperature spikes emanating from previously unknown thermal vents. But these weren't ordinary hydrothermal vents. The water emerging from them contained mineral compositions that don't match anything found elsewhere on Earth. The isotopic signatures suggested processes that shouldn't be possible under known geological conditions. The creatures inhabiting these depths tell their own story of impossibility. Xenophyophores, single-celled organisms that can grow to the size of dinner plates, construct elaborate shells from materials that they somehow extract from the crushing environment around them. Amphipods, tiny crustaceans, have been found with aluminum levels in their bodies that would be toxic to any surface creature, yet they seem to thrive on it. Most disturbing of all, some of these deep-sea organisms show signs of recent evolution, adapting to conditions that should have been stable for millions of years. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery lies in what we haven't found. Sonar mapping of the trench reveals caverns and chambers that extend far deeper than the official measurements suggest. These spaces appear to be sealed off from the main trench system, creating isolated pockets of something. When researchers have attempted to explore these areas, their equipment often malfunctions in ways that suggest electromagnetic interference of unknown origin. The geological structure of the trench itself presents another puzzle. The Pacific Plate is being forced under the Mariana Plate at a rate that should create predictable seismic activity. Yet the earthquake patterns in the region don't match what geological models predict. There are quiet zones where no seismic activity occurs, despite the massive tectonic forces at play. Some geologists theorize that these zones might be stabilized by structures or processes we haven't yet discovered. Recent expeditions have also uncovered evidence of what appear to be artificial structures on the trench floor. Geometric patterns in the sediment, formations that seem too regular to be natural, and metallic objects that don't match any known mineral formations. When samples are brought to the surface, they often exhibit properties that change under normal atmospheric conditions, making analysis extremely difficult. The water itself holds secrets. Chemical analysis reveals the presence of compounds that shouldn't exist at these depths, including complex organic molecules that suggest biological processes far more sophisticated than simple microbial life. some researchers have detected what appear to be manufactured chemicals, substances that would require industrial processes to create, yet they're found in areas that no human technology has ever reached. Perhaps the most compelling evidence that the Mariana Trench holds secrets beyond our current understanding comes from the testimony of submersible pilots themselves. Multiple operators, working independently and often years apart, report seeing lights in the depths that don't correspond to any known bioluminescent patterns. These lights move with apparent purpose, sometimes seeming to follow or investigate the submersibles themselves. The trench continues to reveal new mysteries with each expedition. As our technology improves and our ability to explore these depths expands, we're forced to confront the possibility that the deepest parts of our own planet remain as alien and unknowable as the surface of distant worlds. The Mariana Trench stands as a reminder that Earth itself still holds secrets that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about life, geology, and the very nature of our reality. In the crushing darkness of the deepest ocean, something waits in the silence, patient and undisturbed, holding answers to questions we're only beginning to learn how to ask. The mystery of the Shroud of Turin. When radiocarbon dating was first performed on the Shroud of Turin in 1988, 3 independent laboratories reached the same conclusion. The linen was created between 1260 and 1390 CE, making it a medieval artifact rather than a first-century relic. Yet 35 years later, the mystery has only deepened. The cloth itself measures 14 feet long and 3.5 feet wide, bearing the faint impression of a crucified man. The image appears both front and back, as if a body had been wrapped within its folds. But what captivates researchers isn't just the image, it's how that image came to be. Dr. Giulio Fanti, a mechanical engineer at the University of Padova, spent decades studying the shroud's fibers under microscopic analysis. His findings challenged the 1988 dating results. Using alternative dating methods, including mechanical and chemical tests, Fanti's team suggested the cloth could date to between 300 BCE and 400 CE, placing it much closer to the time of Christ. The image itself defies easy explanation. It's not painted, there's no evidence of pigment or dye. It's not burned, the fibers show no signs of heat damage. The impression appears to be formed by some kind of oxidation process that affected only the topmost layer of each fiber, creating what scientists call a superficial discoloration. When photographer Secondo Pia first captured the shroud on film in 1898, he discovered something extraordinary. The image on the cloth appeared to be a photographic negative. When he developed his plates, the negative revealed what looked like a positive image of a human face and body. This was decades before anyone fully understood the implications of such a discovery. The anatomical details present in the shroud have puzzled medical professionals for generations. Dr. Pierre Barbet, a French surgeon, documented how the image shows wounds consistent with Roman crucifixion practices, details that weren't widely known in medieval times. The nail wounds appear through the wrists rather than the palms, contradicting artistic depictions of crucifixion that were common in the Middle Ages. Blood analysis has revealed another layer of complexity. The stains test positive for human blood, specifically type AB, but more intriguingly, the blood appears to have been applied to the cloth before the body image was formed. Under ultraviolet light, the blood stains fluoresce while the body image remains invisible, suggesting they were created through entirely different processes. The pollen evidence adds another dimension to the mystery. Max Frey, a Swiss criminologist, identified pollen grains from plants native to Palestine and Turkey, embedded in the shroud's fibers. Some of these plant species bloom only in spring around Jerusalem, while others are found exclusively in the region of ancient Constantinople. This suggests the cloth traveled along routes that would have been used by Byzantine traders. More recent analysis by Dr. Marzia Boy from the University of the Balearic Islands identified pollen from Gandalia tournefortii, a plant that grows wild in the Middle East and was likely woven into the crown of thorns described in the Gospels. The concentration of this pollen around the head area of the shroud image has raised questions about coincidence versus authenticity. The weave pattern itself tells a story. The shroud displays a 3-to-1 herringbone pattern that was used in 1st-century Palestine but was also known in medieval Europe. However, the specific type of linen matches samples found in 1st century Judean burial sites, particularly those discovered near Qumran and Masada. Doctors Ray Rogers, a chemist from Los Alamos National Laboratory, conducted his own investigation of the 1988 radiocarbon samples. His analysis revealed that the tested pieces contained cotton fibers and a plant gum coating that weren't present in the main body of the shroud. This suggested the samples came from a medieval repair patch rather than the original fabric. The Sudarium of Oviedo, a blood-stained cloth housed in a Spanish cathedral, has been proposed as a companion piece to the shroud. According to tradition, this smaller cloth covered the head of Jesus during his burial. Forensic analysis shows the blood patterns on both cloths are consistent with having covered the same individual, and the blood type matches, AB positive. Attempts to recreate the shroud have produced mixed results. Italian scientist Luigi Garlascelli created an image using medieval techniques and materials, but critics argue his reproduction lacks the three-dimensional information and precise anatomical details found in the original. The question of how a medieval forger could have created such a sophisticated image remains open. The medieval documentation presents its own puzzles. The shroud first appeared in historical records in the 1350s in the French town of Lire, where it was displayed by the knight Geoffroy de Charny. But there's a gap in the historical record. No clear documentation of where the cloth had been for the previous 13 centuries. Some researchers have proposed the shroud was hidden in the Byzantine Empire, possibly in Edessa, where historical accounts describe a miraculous cloth bearing the image of Christ. The theory suggests the shroud was folded to show only the face, which would explain the gap in Western historical records. The most contentious question remains how the image was formed. Dr. Paolo Di Lazzaro and his team at the Italian National Agency for New Technologies attempted to replicate the image using ultraviolet lasers. They achieved some success in creating similar discoloration patterns, but their process required equipment that far exceeds anything available in medieval times. The debate continues to divide scientific and religious communities. Radiocarbon dating suggests medieval origin, while other evidence points to 1st century Palestine. The image formation process remains unexplained by conventional means, whether ancient or medieval. Blood evidence supports authenticity, while historical documentation raises questions about provenance. What emerges from decades of investigation is a mystery that transcends simple authentication. The Shroud of Turin exists at the intersection of faith and science, where medieval craftsmanship meets modern analysis, where religious devotion encounters forensic investigation. Whether relic or reproduction, the cloth continues to challenge our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world and what remains possible today. The Great Pyramids and the Orion Correlation Theory. 3 monuments rise from the Giza Plateau, their angles and spacing following a pattern that mirrors 3 distant stars with startling precision. Construction workers who built these pyramids 4,500 years ago somehow positioned them to match the constellation Orion, down to the smallest star appearing dimmer than its companions. When engineer Robert Bauval first calculated the alignment in 1983, his measurements revealed something that shouldn't exist in ancient architecture. The Great Pyramid corresponds to Alnitak, the brightest star in Orion's belt. The Pyramid of Khafre aligns with Alnilam, the middle star. The smaller Pyramid of Menkaure sits precisely where Mentaka, the faintest star, would cast its position on Earth. But here's where conventional archaeology struggles. The alignment isn't approximate, it's exact. Using computer modeling, Bauval demonstrated that the pyramids match Orion's belt as it appeared in 10,450 BCE, not during the 4th dynasty when Egyptians supposedly built them. This discrepancy spans 6,000 years. The ancient Egyptians called Orion Sahu, believing it housed the soul of Osiris, their god of the afterlife. Pyramid texts, carved into stone chambers, describe the pharaoh's journey to join Osiris among the stars. These weren't metaphorical references. The texts provide specific celestial coordinates, navigation instructions for reaching Orion's belt. Dr. Kate Spence from Cambridge University discovered that the pyramid's orientation also aligns with the northern stars, as they appeared in 2467 BCE. but her research confirms the southern alignment still points to Orion, creating a dual stellar navigation system that early Bronze Age civilizations shouldn't have possessed the mathematical knowledge to construct. The precision becomes more unsettling when you examine the Nile River's position. The Milky Way, which ancient Egyptians called the Winding Waterway, mirrors the Nile's path when viewed from Giza. The pyramids sit between these two rivers, one terrestrial, one celestial. This positioning suggests the builders understood concepts of cosmic dualism that wouldn't resurface in human philosophy for millennia. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed additional chambers beneath the Great Pyramid, sealed spaces that remain unopened. These chambers align with specific stars in Orion's constellation beyond the three main belt stars. If the correlation theory holds, these hidden rooms might contain artifacts or inscriptions that prove the connection was intentional. The mathematics supporting this alignment rely on calculations that historians claim ancient Egyptians couldn't perform. The pyramid builders would have needed to understand precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that changes how constellations appear over thousands of years. They would have required knowledge of stellar coordinates, spherical trigonometry, and astronomical periods spanning multiple generations. Graham Hancock argues that the pyramid builders possessed this knowledge because they weren't working alone. His research into flood myths and geological evidence suggests a lost civilization, technologically advanced, survived the last ice age and passed celestial knowledge to emerging cultures. The Orion correlation might represent inherited wisdom from this forgotten people. Mainstream archaeologists reject these theories, pointing to construction ramps, copper tools, and limestone blocks as evidence of conventional building methods. They argue that any stellar alignment results from coincidence, not design. The pyramids, they maintain, were tombs built by Egyptian pharaohs using period-appropriate technology. But no mummy has ever been found in any Giza pyramid. The sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid shows no signs of ever containing a body. Chemical analysis of the granite reveals it was cut with precision tools that leave marks inconsistent with copper implements. The blocks fit together with tolerances measured in millimeters, joints so tight that a knife blade can't slide between them. The correlation theory gains credibility when you examine similar alignments worldwide. Angkor Wat in Cambodia mirrors the constellation Draco. Teotihuacan in Mexico aligns with the Pleiades. These sites, built by cultures that supposedly never contacted each other, all incorporate identical astronomical knowledge. Robert Schoch's geological analysis of the Sphinx reveals water erosion patterns that could only have formed during the last ice age, when the Nile Valley experienced heavy rainfall. If the Sphinx predates the pyramids by thousands of years, it supports the timeline implied by the Orion correlation. The monuments might represent a construction project spanning millennia, not decades. The alignment's mathematical precision eliminates random chance. Using statistical analysis, the probability of 3 pyramids accidentally matching 3 stars with such accuracy approaches zero. The builders either possessed advanced astronomical knowledge or received guidance from a source with that knowledge. Recent satellite imagery reveals additional pyramid structures throughout Egypt, many buried beneath sand and sediment. These sites, when mapped, extend the stellar correlation beyond Orion to include other constellations. The pattern suggests ancient Egypt was designed as a terrestrial star map, with monuments marking specific celestial positions. The correlation theory challenges fundamental assumptions about human development. If Bronze Age civilizations possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, where did they acquire it? The mathematics required for stellar alignment weren't rediscovered until the Renaissance. The precision instruments needed for such construction remain theoretical even today, but the evidence persists, carved in stone and confirmed by computer modeling. The pyramids point to Orion with unwavering accuracy, their angles and positions locked to stellar coordinates that ancient Egyptians shouldn't have known. Whether this knowledge came from advanced human civilization, inherited wisdom, or outside intervention remains the question that shadows the Giza Plateau. The stars continue their ancient dance, and the pyramids remain earthbound witnesses to a conversation between heaven and earth that we're only beginning to understand. In their silence, they preserve secrets that might reshape our understanding of both the past and our place in the cosmos. The Voyages of the Great Library of Alexandria. 700 scrolls arrived by ship from Rhodes in the spring of 247 BCE, each one copied by hand in the Great Library's scriptorium before being returned to their owners. This was standard practice in Alexandria. Every book, every manuscript, every scrap of written knowledge that entered the city was duplicated and added to the collection that would become humanity's greatest repository of learning. The Library of Alexandria wasn't just a building filled with books. It was an institution that actively hunted knowledge across the known world, employing agents in distant ports who would identify valuable texts and arrange their acquisition. Scholars estimate that at its peak, the library contained between 400,000 and 700,000 scrolls, covering mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, literature, and sciences we've only begun to understand. But here's what haunts historians. We have almost no direct evidence of what specifically filled those shelves. No comprehensive catalog survived. No detailed inventory remains. We know the library existed. We know it was vast, but the actual contents, that knowledge disappeared into the mists of time. The traditional story tells us the library was destroyed in a single catastrophic event: Julius Caesar's fire in 48 BCE, Christian zealots in 391 CE, the Arab conquest in 641 CE. Each theory has its supporters, but recent scholarship suggests something far more complex and far more mysterious. The library didn't die in flames. It faded slowly, systematically, over centuries. And during that gradual decline, something extraordinary may have happened. The librarians, watching their world change, may have made a decision that would echo through history. Ancient sources mention the daughter library at the Serapeum Temple, but they also reference smaller collections scattered throughout the city. The Mauseon, the palace libraries, private collections of wealthy scholars. Alexandria wasn't just one library. It was an entire ecosystem of knowledge preservation. When political upheaval began threatening the main collection, the chief librarians didn't simply stand by and watch their life's work crumble. They began what historians now call the Great Dispersal. Valuable texts were quietly moved to safer locations. Important works were copied and distributed to scholars in distant cities. The most precious manuscripts, they simply vanished. Byzantine chroniclers from the 6th century CE mention mysterious shipments of books leaving Alexandria under cover of darkness. Ships bound for Constantinople, for monasteries in the Egyptian desert, for private collections in Damascus and Baghdad. These weren't random evacuations. They were carefully planned preservation efforts. The monastery of St. Catherine in the Sinai Peninsula holds tantalizing clues. Deep in their ancient archives, researchers have found fragments of texts that match descriptions of works known to have been housed in Alexandria. Palimpsests, parchments that were scraped clean and rewritten, but where the original text can still be detected using modern technology. In 2017, digital analysis revealed that a 10th century religious manuscript from St. Catherine's was actually written over a much older text about advanced mathematics. The original writing matched the style and content of works attributed to Alexandrian scholars from the 3rd century CE. Someone had preserved that knowledge by hiding it beneath a layer of prayers and hymns. The Vatican's secret archives contain similar mysteries. Medieval inventories mention Greek texts of uncertain origin that deal with subjects far more advanced than anything produced in contemporary European monasteries. Astronomical calculations that wouldn't be rediscovered until the Renaissance. Medical procedures that seem remarkably sophisticated for their supposed time period. But perhaps the most intriguing trail leads to the Islamic world. When Arab scholars translated Greek texts during the 8th and 9th centuries, they often mentioned consulting the Alexandrian collections, not the ruins of the library, active collections that still existed centuries after the institution's supposed destruction. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad, the libraries of Cordoba, the scholarly centers of Cairo, they all claim to possess texts that originated in Alexandria. Some of these works contained knowledge that seemed impossibly advanced, astronomical observations that wouldn't be possible without sophisticated instruments, mathematical theorems that wouldn't be formally proven until modern times. Al-Masudi, the 10th century historian, wrote about visiting a private library in Cairo that contained the wisdom of the first library. He described seeing texts on subjects that surpassed the understanding of our time. The library's owner, an elderly scholar named Ibrahim ibn Sulaiman, claimed his collection descended directly from the Alexandrian librarians. Modern archaeologists have found evidence that supports this theory of dispersal. Excavations in the old city of Alexandria have uncovered what appear to be hidden chambers beneath several ancient buildings. These spaces show clear signs of having stored large quantities of papyrus scrolls, but they were emptied systematically, not destroyed by fire or flood. The most fascinating discovery came in 1995, when construction workers renovating a Coptic monastery near Alexandria found a sealed chamber containing over 200 papyrus fragments. Carbon dating confirmed they were from the 3rd to 5th centuries CE. The texts dealt with advanced engineering techniques, astronomical observations, and mathematical principles that seem far ahead of their time. One fragment contained detailed calculations for determining the Earth's circumference using a method more accurate than anything known from the ancient world. Another described a mechanical device for predicting eclipses that wouldn't be matched until the invention of modern computers. These discoveries suggest that the scholars of Alexandria may have preserved far more knowledge than we ever imagined, not just copies of existing works, but original research and discoveries that were hidden away when the political climate became too dangerous. The question that keeps historians awake at night is simple: what else is out there? If these few fragments survived, what about the rest? Monastery libraries across the Mediterranean contain thousands of unexamined manuscripts. Private collections in old families often include documents that haven't been studied by scholars. The technology now exists to reveal hidden texts, to analyze ancient inks, to trace the origins of paper and parchment. Every few years, another discovery emerges. Another fragment that seems to carry the lost wisdom of Alexandria. Perhaps the great library didn't die after all. Perhaps it simply transformed, scattering its treasures like seeds across the ancient world, waiting for the right moment to reveal humanity's forgotten knowledge once again. The search continues in monastery archives, in private collections, in the forgotten corners of old libraries. Somewhere out there, the true wisdom of Alexandria may still be waiting to be rediscovered. The secrets of Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks. When researchers at the Victoria and Albert Museum subjected Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks to ultraviolet light in 2019, they discovered text that had been invisible for over 500 years. Hidden beneath layers of age and deliberate concealment, words emerged that weren't meant to be found. The question haunting scholars ever since: what else lies buried in those mirror-scripted pages? Leonardo left behind over 7,000 pages of notes, sketches, and observations scattered across 13 major collections worldwide. Yet experts estimate this represents only a quarter of what he actually produced. The missing 3/4 vanish into history's shadows, carrying secrets we can only guess at. What remains reads like the fevered dreams of a mind operating centuries ahead of its time. The notebooks themselves present an immediate puzzle. Leonardo wrote almost exclusively in mirror script, readable only when held up to a reflection. Most assume this was merely the natural way a left-handed writer would avoid smudging ink, but close examination reveals something more deliberate. Pages exist where Leonardo switched between mirror writing and standard script mid-sentence, suggesting the backward text served a different purpose entirely. He was hiding something in plain sight. Dr. and Carlo Pedretti, who spent 50 years studying Leonardo's manuscripts, noted that certain pages contain what he called double encryption. The mirror writing conceals a first layer of meaning, but beneath it lies a secondary code, mathematical sequences disguised as architectural measurements, chemical formulas hidden within anatomical sketches, geometric patterns that only reveal their true nature when the pages are viewed in specific combinations. The Codex Atlanticus, housed in Milan's Biblioteca Ambrosiana, contains perhaps the most unsettling examples. Page 1033 shows what appears to be a simple drawing of water flow patterns. But when digital analysis enhanced the faded ink, researchers found microscopic notations describing what can only be called nuclear physics, terms that wouldn't be invented for another 4 centuries. appear in Leonardo's distinctive script, the custodians of the collection have been notably reluctant to discuss these findings. Then there's the matter of Leonardo's anatomical studies. Official records show he dissected around 30 human corpses, remarkable for someone without formal medical training. His drawings of the human heart, circulatory system, and nervous system surpass the accuracy of medical texts published 200 years later. But several pages in the Windsor collection contain anatomical drawings that don't match any known human physiology. Extended limbs, altered skull proportions, organs positioned in impossible configurations. Either Leonardo was documenting severe deformities, or he was studying something else entirely. The technological prophecies hidden in his sketches grow more disturbing upon closer inspection. The famous helicopter design appears straightforward until you notice the mathematical calculations in the margins. They describe lift-to-weight ratios using principles that wouldn't be formalized until the 20th century. The submarine sketches include propulsion systems that anticipate modern jet engines. Most unnervingly, several pages contain what appear to be circuit diagrams, complete with symbols resembling modern electronic components. In 2003, researchers at the University of California discovered that 11 pages from the Codex Arundel had been deliberately damaged. Chemical analysis revealed the pages had been treated with a corrosive substance sometime in the 18th century. The damage wasn't random deterioration, but targeted destruction, carefully applied to specific sections while leaving surrounding text intact. Someone had methodically erased portions of Leonardo's work, and the missing sections all related to a single topic: light. The pages that survived this selective destruction contain fragmentary references to the true nature of illumination and methods of bending the celestial rays. Accompanying sketches show lens arrangements that more closely resemble modern laser systems than anything possible with Renaissance technology. Leonardo writes of capturing the sun's essence and directing pure light as a weapon. The implications made 18th century authorities uncomfortable enough to risk destroying irreplaceable Renaissance artifacts. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery lies in the timing of Leonardo's innovations. Modern analysis has revealed that many of his most advanced concepts appear in notes dated decades before the historical events that supposedly inspired them. His designs for armored vehicles are dated 1485, but the military campaigns that would theoretically necessitate such inventions didn't occur until the 1490s. His architectural plans for multi-level cities anticipate urban problems that wouldn't emerge until the Industrial Revolution. The Codex Leicester, purchased by Bill Gates in 1994, contains Leonardo's most extensive writing on geology and astronomy. Hidden within these observations are calculations describing planetary orbits with an accuracy that wouldn't be achieved by official astronomy until Kepler's work a century later. Leonardo somehow knew the precise orbital periods of Mars and Jupiter, information that required telescopic observation decades before the telescope's invention. 3 separate research teams have requested permission to conduct comprehensive digital analysis of the complete collection, using techniques that could reveal hidden layers of text without damaging the originals. All 3 requests have been denied by the institutions housing the manuscripts. The official reason cited is preservation concerns, but internal documents leaked in 2018 suggest a different motivation. Vatican representatives reportedly expressed concerns about discoveries that could challenge fundamental historical narratives. The notebooks continue to yield new secrets as technology advances. Ground-penetrating radar applied to the leather bindings has detected hidden compartments containing additional pages. Spectral analysis reveals text written in substances that shouldn't exist in Renaissance chemistry. And pattern recognition software has identified a consistent symbolic language threaded throughout the notebooks, a personal cipher that Leonardo used to encode his most sensitive observations. What knowledge did Leonardo possess that required such elaborate concealment? The evidence suggests a mind that understood principles of science and engineering that wouldn't be officially discovered for centuries. Whether through unprecedented genius, access to lost ancient knowledge, or something else entirely, Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks represent one of history's most profound mysteries. In the climate-controlled vaults where these pages rest, conservators continue their quiet work. Each turn of a page might reveal another impossible truth, another secret that challenges everything we thought we knew about the past. The notebooks wait in their darkness, holding answers to questions we're still learning to ask. The curious disappearance of Amelia Earhart, July 2, 1937. Radio operator Paul Mance receives the last transmission from Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra, somewhere over the Pacific Ocean. Her voice, calm despite the circumstances, crackles through the static. "We are running north and south." Then, silence. What followed became one of aviation's most enduring mysteries, a puzzle that has consumed investigators for over 8 decades. Earhart wasn't just attempting any flight. She was navigating the most ambitious aviation challenge of her era, a 29,000-mile journey around the world at the equator. By July 1937, she had already conquered 22,000 miles of this seemingly impossible route. Only 7,000 miles remained between her and immortality. The plan seemed straightforward enough. Earhart and her navigator Fred Noonan would depart from Lai, New Guinea, and fly 2,556 miles to Howland Island, a tiny speck of land in the Pacific, measuring just 1.6 miles long and half a mile wide. The island served as a crucial refueling stop, stocked with aviation fuel by the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca. But straightforward plans have a way of unraveling in the vast emptiness of the Pacific. The flight began at 10 a.m. local time. Earhart's Lockheed Electra, heavily loaded with fuel, lifted off from Lai's runway and disappeared into the morning sky. For the next 20 hours, radio operators tracked her progress through intermittent transmissions. Everything appeared normal until the final approaches to Howland Island. At 7:42 a.m., Earhart's voice reached the Itasca. "We are on the line 157, 337, running on line north and south. We are running north and south." The transmission revealed a critical problem. She could hear the Coast Guard's radio signals, but they couldn't hear her responses clearly. Somewhere in the technological gap between aircraft and ship, communication was failing at the worst possible moment. Radio operator Leo Bellertz aboard the Itasca frantically transmitted heading information, desperately trying to guide Earhart to safety. But the next transmission from the Electra painted a dire picture. "Gas is running low. Have been unable to reach you by radio. We are flying at 1,000 feet. At 8:43 a.m., Earhart's final message crackled through the radio. "We are running north and south." Then the Pacific Ocean swallowed her voice forever. What happened next launched the largest sea and air search in naval history up to that point. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard deployed ships and aircraft across 250,000 square miles of ocean. They found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no trace of the Lockheed Electra or its occupants. The official conclusion seemed logical. Earhart and Noonan, running low on fuel, crashed somewhere in the Pacific Ocean and sank. Case closed. But the absence of evidence has never satisfied those who study the disappearance. 3 primary theories have emerged from decades of investigation, each supported by compelling evidence that refuses to fit neatly into official explanations. The first theory suggests Earhart and Noonan crashed on Gardner Island, now called Nikumaroro, approximately 350 miles southeast of Howland Island. The International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery has spent decades excavating this uninhabited coral atoll, uncovering artifacts that seem to whisper of castaways. In 1940, British colonial administrator Gerald Gallagher discovered human bones on Nikumaroro's shoreline. The bones were examined by Dr. D.W. Hoodless, who concluded they belonged to a man. The bones were subsequently lost, leaving only Hoodless's measurements and notes. In 1998, forensic anthropologist Dr. Karen Rame Burns reanalyzed Hoodless's data using modern techniques and concluded the bones were consistent with a woman of Earhart's height and build. The island has yielded other tantalizing clues. Searchers have found remnants of 1930s-era women's shoes, a compact mirror, and pieces of aluminum that appear to match the specifications of Earhart's aircraft. In 1991, investigators discovered what appeared to be the remnants of a campfire containing fish and bird bones, suggesting human habitation during the late 1930s. Radio logs from the days following Earhart's disappearance contain over 100 reports of transmissions that operators believed came from the missing aircraft. Many were dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, but some displayed technical details that amateur radio operators couldn't have known. The second theory proposes something far more controversial, that Earhart and Noonan were captured by Japanese forces while conducting surveillance for the US government. This theory suggests their round-the-world flight was cover for reconnaissance missions over Japanese-mandated islands in the Pacific. Several witnesses claim to have seen Earhart and Noonan in Japanese custody. In 1944, U.S. Marines on Saipan reported finding Earhart's aircraft in a hangar, though by the time investigators arrived, the evidence had vanished. Multiple residents of Saipan and the Marshall Islands have claimed their relatives witnessed the execution of 2 American aviators during the war. The theory gained credibility from the route itself. Earhart's original flight plan would have taken her directly over Japanese military installations, providing perfect cover for intelligence gathering. The U.S. government's immediate and extensive search response also suggests the flight carried significance beyond a publicity stunt. The third theory maintains that Earhart survived the war and returned to the United States under a new identity. Investigators have pointed to similarities between Earhart and a New Jersey woman named Irene Bolam, who allegedly lived quietly until 1982. While DNA evidence has never confirmed this connection, the theory persists among researchers who believe the government had compelling reasons to hide Earhart's survival. Each theory faces obstacles that prevent definitive proof. The Gardner Island evidence remains circumstantial. The Japanese capture theory relies heavily on decades-old testimony that cannot be independently verified. The survival theory depends on government conspiracy that would require the silence of hundreds of individuals. What makes Earhart's disappearance particularly haunting is how it mirrors the broader mystery of human ambition. She vanished while attempting something that had never been accomplished, pushing the boundaries of technology and human endurance. Her disappearance represents the price of exploration, the moment when preparation meets the unknown and the unknown wins. The Pacific Ocean guards its secrets carefully. In its depths rest answers to questions that have haunted investigators for generations. Somewhere in that vast expanse, the truth about Amelia Earhart waits patiently, holding its silence like the morning she vanished into the endless blue sky. Revelations of the Roswell Incident. On July 8, 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield issued a press release that would alter the trajectory of American folklore forever. They announced the recovery of a flying disc from a ranch northwest of the city. Within hours, that statement vanished into official silence, replaced by a new narrative about weather balloons and radar reflectors. Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer who first examined the debris, would spend the rest of his life quietly contradicting that second story. In interviews decades later, his voice carried the weight of someone who had touched something beyond conventional explanation. The material he described defied the physics of 1947, thin as paper, yet impossible to cut or burn, with strange symbols that resembled no earthly language. The story begins with rancher Mac Brazel, who discovered the scattered remains across his property after a violent thunderstorm. The debris field stretched for 3/4 of a mile, littered with materials that seemed to mock the very concept of terrestrial technology. Brazel, a practical man who had seen his share of weather balloons and military equipment, knew this was different. The way he described it to his neighbors carried an undertone of unease that would prove prophetic. What happened next reveals the machinery of official control in real time. Colonel William Blanchard, commanding officer of the 509th Composite Group, authorized the initial press release. This was no junior officer making a mistake. The 509th was the world's only nuclear-equipped bomber unit, staffed with some of the military's most sophisticated personnel. They knew the difference between a weather balloon and something extraordinary. The speed of the retraction tells its own story. General Roger Ramey, Blanchard's superior, flew from Fort Worth to personally oversee the narrative change. By evening, the debris had been reclassified as fragments of a classified radar target used for weather detection. The physical evidence was removed, witnesses were debriefed, and the incident settled into official obscurity. But the human element refused to disappear. Glenn Dennis, a local mortician, received calls from the base requesting child-sized caskets. The specificity of that detail has haunted researchers for decades. Why would a weather balloon crash require mortuary services? Dennis described military personnel visiting his funeral home, their demeanor suggesting something far more complex than equipment recovery. The debris itself haunts the official explanation. Multiple witnesses described materials with properties that shouldn't have existed in 1947. Metal that remembered its original shape when crumpled, lightweight beams stronger than steel, symbols that appeared almost hieroglyphic yet matched no known writing system. Marcel's son, who was 11 at the time, would later describe helping his father examine pieces in their kitchen, touching fragments that felt warm and seemed to pulse with their own energy. The timing adds another layer of complexity. July 1947 marked the beginning of the modern UFO era, with Kenneth Arnold's famous sighting of 9 objects over Mount Rainier occurring just 2 weeks earlier. The military was already on heightened alert for unusual aerial phenomena. The idea that trained intelligence officers would mistake weather equipment for something extraordinary strains credibility. What emerged from FOIA requests decades later reveals a parallel story. Project Mogul, a classified program to detect Soviet nuclear tests using high-altitude balloons, was indeed operational in 1947. The military maintains that Mogul debris explains the entire incident, yet the classified nature of the program doesn't explain why witnesses described materials beyond the technology of the era, or why the recovery operation involved such extensive secrecy. The human cost of the cover-up speaks to something deeper. Marcel, who rose to become a respected intelligence officer, saw his credibility questioned whenever he spoke about that night. Other witnesses faced similar treatment, their accounts dismissed, their military records scrutinized, their civilian reputations undermined. The systematic nature of this response suggests an investment in secrecy that extends beyond protecting a weather balloon project. The cultural impact of Roswell transformed the American relationship with government transparency. The incident became a touchstone for questions about official honesty, classified programs, and the limits of public knowledge. Whether the debris was extraterrestrial or simply more advanced than officially acknowledged, the handling of the incident demonstrated how quickly inconvenient truths could be restructured. Modern analysis of the witness testimonies reveals interesting patterns. The descriptions of the debris remain remarkably consistent across different accounts, despite being recorded years apart. The material properties described by multiple witnesses, the inability to cut or burn the metal, the strange symbols, the unusual weight, these details align in ways that suggest either coordinated deception or shared observation of something genuinely anomalous. The official position has evolved over decades, from weather balloon to radar target to classified nuclear detection program. Each iteration provides more plausible explanations for the debris, yet none fully address the human element, the consistency of witness accounts, the extensive security measures, the career-long silence of military personnel who were present. Recent declassified documents add texture without resolution. References to disc-shaped objects appear in military communications from the period. Reports of unusual radar contacts exist in the archives. The documentation suggests that something beyond routine weather monitoring was occurring in New Mexico during the summer of 1947. What remains is the space between official explanation and human experience. The debris field outside Roswell may have contained fragments of a classified military program, advanced technology from an unknown source, or something that challenges our understanding of what's possible. The witnesses who touched those materials, who saw the recovery operation, who lived with the knowledge of what they experienced, their stories persist in the margins of official history. The mystery endures, not because of what we know about Roswell, but because of what we're still not allowed to know. In the silence that followed that brief press release, in the careers altered by speaking truth, in the questions that remain unanswered after 75 years, we find the real legacy of that summer night in New Mexico. The shadowy mystique of the Knights Templar. On October 13, 1307, dawn broke over France to reveal one of history's most coordinated acts of betrayal. Across the kingdom, royal agents moved simultaneously against the Knights Templar, warriors who had protected Christian pilgrims for 2 centuries, accumulated vast wealth, and answered to no earthly king. By sunset, thousands of knights were in chains, their crime nothing more than existing as a power that threatened the French crown. But here's what historians still debate in hushed academic circles. The Templars knew it was coming. The night before that fateful Friday, Templar ships vanished from the port of La Rochelle, their cargo unknown, their destination a mystery that endures 7 centuries later. The order's vast treasury disappeared as if it had never existed, and 18 of their most senior knights simply weren't there when the arrests began. This wasn't the desperate flight of doomed men. This was the execution of a plan. The Knights Templar emerged from the carnage of the First Crusade in 1119, founded by Hugh de Payens and 8 companions who took vows to protect pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. They established their headquarters on Temple Mount in Jerusalem, directly above the ruins of Solomon's Temple, a location that would later fuel centuries of speculation about what they might have discovered beneath those ancient stones. What began as a small brotherhood of warrior monks evolved into something unprecedented, a military order that operated across continents, commanded loyalty from kings, and accumulated wealth that dwarfed entire kingdoms. The Templars invented international banking, built fortresses that still stand today, and developed a network of communications that spanned from Scotland to the Holy Land. They were, in effect, the first multinational corporation, one that happened to be armed, trained for war, and bound by sacred oaths. By 1300, the Templars controlled over 9,000 properties across Europe. Their Paris temple served as the royal treasury for France. Kings borrowed money from them. Popes sought their counsel. Common people deposited their life savings in Templar vaults, trusting an organization that had never once broken its word. This level of power made them dangerous, not to the enemies of Christianity, but to the very rulers they served. King Philip IV of France owed the Templars a debt that would have bankrupted his kingdom. Worse, he knew that the Templars' allegiance was to the Pope in Rome, not to any earthly monarch. They were warriors who could not be controlled, financiers who could not be corrupted, and guardians of secrets that originated in the rubble of the most sacred site in Judaism. The charges brought against them read like a catalog of medieval horrors: heresy, sodomy, spitting on the cross, worshipping a mysterious head called Baphomet. Under torture, many Templars confessed to crimes that scholars today recognize as largely fabricated, but scattered throughout their testimonies are consistent details that suggest something deeper than forced confessions. Multiple knights, interrogated separately, described the same initiation ritual. They spoke of being shown a secret that would change their understanding of Christianity itself. They mentioned documents hidden within their archives, texts that supposedly predated the Gospels, artifacts recovered from beneath Temple Mount, knowledge that the Church would consider blasphemous. Most intriguingly, they described a network of safe houses, coded communications, and contingency plans that suggest the Templars had been preparing for persecution long before Philip's trap was sprung. The official story ends with Jacques de Molay, the order's last Grand Master, burned at the stake in 1314. As flames consumed him, witnesses recorded his final words, a curse upon King Philip and Pope Clement V, predicting that both would join him in death within a year. Both men were dead within months, their deaths so sudden and mysterious that chroniclers whispered about the power of a dying Templar's curse. But the unofficial story, the one that surfaces in documents discovered centuries later, in architectural symbols carved into remote Scottish chapels, in maritime records that don't quite make sense, suggests that the Templars' end was really a transformation. The fleet that disappeared from La Rochelle was spotted weeks later off the coast of Scotland, a kingdom that had never recognized the Pope's authority, and where King Robert the Bruce had been excommunicated. Scotland was, effectively, beyond the reach of both Church and French crown, the perfect refuge for an organization that had been betrayed by both. At the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, witnesses described a unit of heavy cavalry that arrived at the crucial moment, turning the tide against the English. These knights fought with a discipline and ferocity that reminded observers of the Templars, though they flew no recognizable banners. After the battle, they vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared. In Portugal, the Templars were quietly reformed as the Order of Christ, retaining their wealth, their maritime expertise, and their international connections. Under this new name, they would later fund the voyages of discovery that opened the New World. Prince Henry the Navigator was their Grand Master. The Templars' architectural legacy speaks to an organization that encoded their beliefs in stone. Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, built by the Sinclair family, who who had documented connections to the order, contains carvings that predate Columbus, yet clearly depict American plants. The chapel's design incorporates elements from Solomon's Temple, Islamic architecture, and symbols that appear nowhere else in Christian art. These aren't the monuments of a destroyed organization. They're the calling cards of a group that continued to operate under different names, in different countries, bound by the same oaths that had sustained them for 2 centuries. Modern researchers examining Templar records have found evidence of a sophisticated intelligence network, complete with coded correspondence, safe houses, and what appears to be a plan for surviving exactly the kind of coordinated attack that Philip IV launched against them. The question isn't whether the Knights Templar were destroyed on October 13, 1307. The question is whether they ever intended to be. In the shadows of history, patterns emerge. Secret societies throughout the centuries have claimed Templar ancestry. The Freemasons trace their rituals to Templar ceremonies. The Rosicrucians speak of inheriting Templar knowledge. Even the founding fathers of America, many of them Masons, seem to have been influenced by ideals that echo the Templar emphasis on individual conscience over institutional authority. 7 centuries after their official suppression, the Knights Templar remain the most successful secret society in history, not because they accumulated wealth or power, but because they transformed persecution into persistence, death into legend, and defeat into mystery. The treasure they protected may not have been gold or silver. It may have been something far more valuable, the knowledge of how to survive when the entire world turns against you. Abyssal enigmas of the Bermuda Triangle. Flight 19 departed Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station on December 5, 1945, for what should have been a routine training exercise. 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers, 14 crew members, clear weather conditions. 2 hours later, Lieutenant Charles Taylor's voice crackled through the radio with words that would echo through maritime history. "We don't know where we are. The water is green, no white. We're completely lost." The rescue plane sent to find them vanished too. 6 aircraft, 27 men, gone without a trace in waters that have claimed more vessels than any other stretch of ocean on Earth. The Bermuda Triangle had claimed another chapter in its growing ledger of the impossible. Between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico lies roughly 500,000 square miles of Atlantic Ocean. On maps, it appears unremarkable: blue water, shipping lanes, the occasional depth marking. But beneath this seemingly ordinary surface, something extraordinary has been occurring for centuries. Ships sail in and never sail out. Planes descend below the horizon and disappear from all known records. Radio transmissions cut to static, compasses spin wildly, and in the depths below, currents move in patterns that oceanographers struggle to explain. The USS Cyclops offers perhaps the most haunting example of the triangle's inexplicable nature. In March 1918, this massive naval cargo vessel departed Barbados bound for Baltimore, carrying over 10,000 tons of manganese ore. The ship was 542 feet long, nearly unsinkable by conventional standards, equipped with wireless communication. Captain George Worley commanded a crew of 306 men through waters he'd navigated countless times before. The Cyclops sent no distress signal. No wreckage was ever recovered. No bodies ever found. The largest naval vessel lost without trace in peacetime simply ceased to exist somewhere between Barbados and the American coast. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is that 2 of the Cyclops' sister ships, the Proteus and the Nereus, would vanish in the same waters decades later under identical circumstances. 3 identical vessels, same route, same cargo, same complete disappearance. But the Triangle's mysteries extend far beyond missing ships and aircraft. In 1970, pilot Bruce Gernon experienced what he describes as a time warp while flying through the region. Approaching a strange, tunnel-shaped cloud formation, Gernon found his instruments malfunctioning and his radio dead. When he emerged from the cloud, he had somehow traveled 100 miles in what felt like minutes, arriving at his destination impossibly early, with fuel consumption that defied physics. Other pilots report similar experiences: electronic fog that seems to pulse with its own light, compass needles that point in directions that don't exist, time that moves differently, flights that should take hours completed in minutes. or journeys that stretch far beyond their planned duration. The ocean itself behaves strangely here. The Gulf Stream flows through the triangle, carrying warm water northward at speeds that can reach 5 miles per hour. This creates underwater river systems with their own weather patterns, temperature variations, and magnetic properties. But even oceanographers acknowledge that the Gulf Stream alone cannot explain the triangle's most puzzling incidents. Dr. Richard McIver, a marine geologist specializing in Atlantic Ocean phenomena, has spent decades studying the region's underwater topography. His research reveals methane hydrate deposits along the ocean floor that, under certain conditions, can release massive gas bubbles. These bubbles, rising rapidly to the surface, could theoretically reduce water density enough to sink a ship. They might also create atmospheric disturbances that interfere with aircraft navigation. Yet for every scientific explanation, new questions emerge. Why do these incidents cluster in this specific region? Why do they occur with such regularity? And why do so many disappearances happen under clear weather conditions with experienced crews? The triangle's reputation intensified during World War II, when military vessels began reporting unusual phenomena. Submarine crews described sonar readings that showed impossible underwater formations. Destroyers encountered magnetic anomalies that made navigation equipment unreliable. Aircraft pilots reported electronic malfunctions that occurred nowhere else in the Atlantic. Charles Berlitz's 1974 book, The Bermuda Triangle, brought these mysteries to global attention, documenting over 100 disappearances and strange incidents. While some of his claims have been disputed, the core mystery remains. Statistically, more ships and aircraft vanish in this region than in any comparable area of ocean. The triangle's influence extends beyond transportation. Marine biologists have documented unusual fish behavior in these waters. Deep-sea creatures that typically remain at extreme depths appear near the surface. Migration patterns shift without explanation. Whale songs recorded in the region contain frequencies that don't match any known species. Weather patterns here follow their own logic. Sudden storms materialize from clear skies. Waterspouts form in conditions that shouldn't support them. The atmosphere itself seems to respond to forces that meteorologists cannot identify or predict. Perhaps most intriguingly, the triangle sits atop one of only 2 places on Earth where magnetic compasses point to true north rather than magnetic north. This magnetic anomaly, combined with the region's complex underwater topography, creates navigation challenges that even modern GPS systems struggle to resolve. Recent deep-sea exploration missions have revealed massive underwater formations that don't appear on any geological surveys. Pyramidal structures, perfect geometric shapes, formations that seem too regular to be natural. These discoveries, documented by sonar but never fully explored, suggest that the triangle's mysteries may be rooted in something far more profound than unusual weather patterns or magnetic anomalies. The ocean here descends to depths of over 19,000 feet in some areas, creating underwater valleys and canyons that remain largely unexplored. In these abyssal depths, pressure and temperature create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. What exists in this underwater world? What forces might operate at such depths? Tonight, as container ships and cruise liners traverse these waters, their crews remain vigilant. Modern vessels carry sophisticated navigation equipment, satellite communication systems, and emergency beacons. Yet the triangle's mysteries persist. Ships still report instrument malfunctions, pilots still encounter unexplained phenomena, and occasionally, vessels still disappear without explanation. The Bermuda Triangle continues to guard its secrets, holding them in depths that have yet to yield their answers. In the darkness below, something waits, patient and enduring as the tides themselves. Catacombs of Paris, tunnels of the unknown. Every year, nearly 500,000 visitors descend beneath the streets of Paris to walk among the dead. They follow guided paths through carefully arranged corridors of human bones, their footsteps echoing against walls lined with skulls that once held thoughts, dreams, fears. But what most don't realize is that these public passages represent only a fraction of the vast underground network that sprawls beneath the City of Light. The official tourist route spans less than 2 kilometers. The true catacomb system extends for over 300 kilometers of tunnels, chambers, and forgotten passages. Most remain unexplored, unmapped, and utterly forbidden to the public. Down there, in the darkness beyond the tourist lights, lie secrets that the authorities would prefer remain buried. The story begins in the 12th century, when Parisian stonemasons first began quarrying limestone from beneath the growing city. For 600 years, they carved and dug, following veins of pale stone that would build the churches, palaces, and homes above. By the 18th century, they had hollowed out an underground maze so extensive that parts of the city began to collapse into the voids below. But limestone quarrying wasn't the only activity happening in these tunnels. Historical records suggest that various groups used the hidden passages for purposes the surface world was never meant to know about. During the French Revolution, revolutionaries met in secret chambers. During World War II, both the resistance and Nazi forces established hidden operations in different sections of the network. Each group left traces of their presence that urban explorers sometimes stumble upon today. The transformation into a repository for the dead began in 1786, when overflowing cemeteries threatened public health. Officials decided to move millions of bodies from graveyards throughout Paris into the abandoned quarries. Night after night, covered wagons carried the remains through dark streets, transferring them to the tunnels below. Workers arranged the bones into the macabre displays we see today, creating walls of femurs punctuated by rows of skulls, each pattern both beautiful and deeply unsettling. Yet even this massive undertaking couldn't fill the entire network. Vast sections remain exactly as the quarrymen left them, their tools sometimes still lying where they were abandoned. Modern explorers who venture into these restricted areas report finding chambers that seem untouched by time, with fresh water trickling from limestone walls and passages that disappear into absolute darkness. The authorities maintain strict control over access to these deeper sections. They cite safety concerns, and indeed the dangers are real. People have become lost in the maze and never found their way out. Others have been trapped by shifting stone or rising water levels. But those who study the official restrictions wonder if safety is the only concern. In the 1990s, urban explorers began discovering evidence of more recent activity in the forbidden zones. They found underground chambers that had been converted into meeting spaces, complete with electrical systems, carved amphitheaters, and even sophisticated ventilation. Some of these spaces showed signs of regular use, but by whom and for what purpose remains unclear. One explorer, who requested anonymity, described finding a chamber deep beneath the 14th arrondissement that contained modern equipment and documents in multiple languages. When he returned with a camera the following week, the chamber had been sealed with fresh concrete. Officials denied any knowledge of the space or its closure. The catacomb police, known as the cataflics, patrol the accessible areas and work to keep unauthorized visitors out of the deeper tunnels. They're trained for underground rescue operations and know the official maps better than almost anyone. But even they acknowledge that complete sections of the network remain unmapped and unexplored. Perhaps more intriguing are the reports of sounds heard in the depths. Maintenance workers have described hearing voices, footsteps, and mechanical noises coming from sealed passages. Some dismiss these as acoustic tricks played by the stone chambers, where sounds can carry for hundreds of meters and emerge in unexpected places. Others wonder if these sounds indicate ongoing human activity in parts of the network that appear on no official maps. The geological survey records from the 1800s contain references to chambers and passages that don't appear in any modern documentation. Some researchers believe these areas were deliberately removed from official records, possibly because they were being used for purposes that required complete secrecy. Water management presents another puzzle. The tunnels contain several underground rivers and streams, some of which flow into the Seine. During heavy rains, certain sections flood entirely, making access impossible. Yet urban explorers have found evidence of sophisticated drainage systems in areas where no such infrastructure should exist, suggesting that someone has been modifying the natural water flow. The bones themselves hold their own mysteries. While most of the remains came from medieval and early modern Parisian cemeteries, some sections contain remains that don't match the historical record. Archaeologists have identified burial practices and grave goods that suggest different origins, possibly from populations that weren't officially part of Parisian society. Temperature fluctuations in certain chambers can't be explained by atmospheric conditions or proximity to the surface. Some areas maintain constant temperatures that differ significantly from surrounding passages, suggesting underground heat sources or ventilation systems that don't appear in any blueprints. The deeper you go, the more the official story begins to strain against the physical evidence. The tunnels extend far beyond what limestone quarrying would require. Some passages show evidence of more recent excavation, carried out with modern tools and techniques. The question becomes not just what lies hidden in these depths, but who has been working to keep it hidden. Modern Paris continues to grow above, its citizens mostly unaware of the vast hollow spaces beneath their feet. The city's foundations rest on a network of human-made caves that contain centuries of secrets, from medieval stone cutting, to wartime operations, to whatever activities continue today in the spaces beyond the tourist routes. The catacombs keep their secrets well, protected by darkness, bureaucracy, and the sheer impossibility of exploring every passage. But sometimes, late at night, when the city sleeps above, and the tourists have gone home, sounds echo through the tunnels that suggest the story of Paris's underworld is far from over. Azkaban's influence. Alcatraz Island Mysteries. The guard's logbook entry from June 12, 1962, reads simply, "Inmates missing from cells 138, 140, and 142. 3 men had vanished from what was considered the most escape-proof prison in America, leaving behind only papier-mâché heads and a mystery that has haunted investigators for over 60 years. Frank Morris and brothers John and Clarence Anglin didn't just disappear from Alcatraz, they dissolved into the cold San Francisco Bay like ghosts returning to the fog. Their escape has become the stuff of legend, but what most people don't realize is that this breakout represents just one thread in a tapestry of mysteries that shrouds the Rock to this day. The island itself seems to collect secrets. Long before it housed Al Capone and Machine Gun Kelly, Alcatraz served as a military fortress, its underground tunnels and hidden chambers mapped only partially. Prison officials sealed off entire sections of the island when they converted it to a federal penitentiary in 1934, creating a labyrinth of forgotten spaces that have never been fully explored. Former correctional officer Jim Albright spent 30 years walking those corridors, and his account of unexplained phenomena remains one of the most detailed records we have. Cold spots that appeared without warning in cell block D, the sound of footsteps echoing from empty recreation areas at midnight, cell doors that swung open despite being locked and checked minutes before. Albright documented each incident in personal journals that weren't discovered until after his death in 1998. The escape of Morris and the Anglin brothers required months of preparation, but their plan succeeded because they understood something about Alcatraz that the authorities had overlooked. The island's construction created acoustic dead zones where sounds simply vanished, and structural weak points where the constant salt air had corroded metal in ways that weren't immediately visible. Using improvised tools fashioned from spoons and a vacuum cleaner motor, they carved through the concrete walls of their cells. Every night for nearly a year, they chipped away at the deteriorating prison infrastructure, hiding their work behind false walls made from cardboard and paint. But here's what makes their story truly extraordinary. They weren't the first inmates to discover these vulnerabilities. Prison records, released decades later through Freedom of Information Act requests, reveal that guards had found evidence of previous escape attempts dating back to 1943, tunnel systems that connected to natural cave formations beneath the island, hidden chambers containing supplies that couldn't be traced to any known inmate. Most disturbing of all, personal effects belonging to prisoners who had supposedly died in custody, discovered in areas that should have been impossible to access. The night of the escape, a thick fog rolled in from the Pacific, reducing visibility to mere feet. Morris and the Anglin brothers launched their makeshift raft into water that claimed the lives of experienced swimmers under ideal conditions. The currents around Alcatraz create a circular flow pattern that pulls objects toward the ocean, past the Faralline Islands where the continental shelf drops into abyssal depths. Search teams scoured the bay for weeks, finding only a few personal items washed ashore near Angel Island: a paddle, a life jacket, a plastic bag containing photographs and contact information. But they also found something that investigators have never been able to explain: a series of carved marks on the rocks beneath the prison. symbols that matched no known gang or prison communication system. The FBI maintained that the escapees died in the frigid waters, but their investigation files tell a different story. For years after the escape, the Bureau tracked reported sightings across 3 continents, bank accounts that showed suspicious activity, utility bills paid from post office boxes that couldn't be traced, phone calls made to family members that were monitored but never conclusively identified. Robert Checkey, a former federal marshal who spent 2 decades investigating the case, believes the truth lies in what wasn't found rather than what was. No bodies ever surfaced in the bay, despite currents that typically return drowning victims within days. No forensic evidence of the raft's destruction was ever recovered. Most intriguingly, aerial photographs taken during the search reveal what appears to be a small boat moving through the fog bank several miles west of the island, but the image quality wasn't sufficient for positive identification. The Anglin family maintained their silence for over 50 years, but in 2015, their nephew produced a photograph allegedly showing the brothers in Brazil, decades after their disappearance. The image was analyzed by forensic experts who concluded it was more likely than not authentic, though the FBI disputed these findings. What makes the Alcatraz mystery even more complex is the island's geological foundation. The rock sits above a network of natural caves and underground chambers that were never fully mapped. During the prison's construction, workers discovered spaces that seemed to have been modified by human hands, containing artifacts that predated European settlement of the Bay Area by centuries. These discoveries were classified by the military and remain sealed in archives that have resisted decades of public records requests. What we do know comes from the personal papers of Major General Joseph Stilwell, who supervised the island's fortification in 1933. His private correspondence mentions anomalous findings that required special handling and consultation with appropriate authorities. The island's story extends beyond its famous escape. During World War II, Alcatraz served as a military prison where conscientious objectors and political prisoners were held alongside captured enemy agents. Declassified documents reveal that several of these detainees possessed knowledge of sensitive operations, and their interrogations were conducted in the island's sealed underground sections. After the prison closed in 1963, the island was occupied by Native American activists who discovered hidden chambers containing files that the federal government had failed to remove. These documents, now housed in private collections, reference ongoing studies and containment protocols that suggest Alcatraz served purposes beyond simple incarceration. Today, park rangers who give tours of the island report experiences that echo the accounts of former guards, visitors who become separated from groups in the underground areas, electronic equipment that malfunctions in specific locations, photographs that reveal figures in windows of buildings that have been empty for decades. The mystery of Alcatraz isn't just about whether 3 inmates successfully escaped into the fog. It's about an island that seems to exist at the intersection